Right, well, here goes nothing. $42.12. Step one, of course, is going to be to try to load the save. That probably won't have a problem loading the save. Conversion process will be interesting. I don't think I've ever had an error shown during the conversion process. First time for everything. All right, here we go. Converting save? Yeah? No? There it is, okay. This could take some time during the first load of an old save. 333,000 tiles to convert. Oh boy, this is going to take a while. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, I started streaming before this began because, if an error comes up during the process, everybody deserves to see it. This is the reality of playing Build 42 Unstable. This is definitely going to take a while. We just got to 10,000, and that was, what, 10 seconds? No, that was more than 10 seconds. That was like... Yeah, this is going to take a while. It's stopping every like, 400 or 500 tiles. I don't know why. Anyway. Well, I suppose we can go over the patch notes while we're waiting for this, because this is going to take a while. 42.12 unstable. First thing they say, unstable warning. Due to changes in the generator fuel consumption and corresponding defaults, existing saves will likely experience increased fuel consumption. Generator fuel consumption sandbox settings can be changed in debug mode. Changed to what? That would be helpful. Andy Stone, why don't you tell us what they should be changed to? Can you summarize the changes to generator fuel consumption? Let's see if we can find it further on in the update patch or the update notes here. There is an issue with refueling from gas pumps, currently found last minute. Must be canceled with escape or by sprinting. Your character may not move if you simply try to walk away. Now that is important, and I'm glad they mentioned it. You're kind of vulnerable while you're refueling your vehicle because you got a loud noise playing while you're refueling. It takes a little while. Am I alive? YouTube says I'm live, but I don't see my own stream live. Interesting. I mean, it's not like we're doing very much compelling content, but I would like to make sure that I'm actually live here. I don't see my own stream live. Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely, well, I'm live. Interesting. Well, anyway. Let's continue reading the patch notes. Hopefully that will get fixed up. Reordered hit location damage calculation to occur after physics ballistic body part is selected. That's a bit of a mumble jumble of words there, but range damage can now make use of specific body part damage modifiers. Long overdue. Headshots will receive 3 times damage, legs and arms far less. As it should have been from the start. Better late than never. Excellent. Fixed shotgun targeting bug. The zombies were dodging your pellets. Interesting. Glad they mentioned it. Oh, okay. I see what happened there. Pulling your vehicle because... That makes sense. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, my stream's live. I just, for some reason, my tests were not automatically playing. Anyway, these changes should impact how shotguns play and feel. Interesting coincidence, because at the end of last stream, which, 9 days ago now, but at the end of last stream, I was extensively using the shotgun. So now I have to very carefully use it again to get how it, it sounds like it's going to get better. Like, it doesn't sound like anything is going to get worse. It sounds like it's going to get better. We're going to find out, I suppose. We're going to find out. View cone opacity slider added to performance settings. That's going to make some people happy. Added more tiles to breakable metal fences. I wonder if that includes the iron bar fences. We'll be able to figure that out pretty quickly once we get in, assuming we get in. Updated pathfinding to allow players to plan paths over climbable walls during Walk 2, where it's possible to climb over the wall. And paths over climbable walls. Okay, I think I know what they're talking about there. Yeah, I don't use Walk 2 to go around walls very often, so I don't see that being a problem. More muzzle flashes. You can store corpses in trunks or seats. We're finally close to where we used to be with corpses. Excellent. We're making progress, boys. We're making progress. We used to be able to put corpses into trunks, but corpses basically used to just be items, so. Cigarettes can be smoked directly from the pack. Fluid containers can open and drink instead of just open and then drink. The small glories. Looks like we're about a third of the way through the save conversion. That's cool. Double-clicking on pills and consumables will trigger the character to consume the item. This does not apply to rat poison. Thank you. Thanks for that. Added shift-click on available ingredients. Added control-click on the headers node. We'll select everything inside it. Is it talking about a list of things? I think I know what that's talking about. I would have to explain it, or I'd have to demonstrate it. It'd be easier than explaining it. And I suspect that NASCO is the one writing these patch notes. NASCO is the one who usually does the Thursdoids, I think. He's usually a lot better at describing things in a sensible manner. But I suppose... I don't know. Worms in composters will reproduce during the winter, if the composter evaluates as being inside. Who would ever put a composter inside? I wouldn't. I mean, it's bad. They're smelly enough outside. I actually, when I was growing up, my mom had a garden, and she had her own little composter in the backyard. That was smelly enough from the outside. I can't imagine it being inside of anything. I mean, our shed always smelled bad of gasoline from the lawnmower, but man, the compost smell inside, ugh. Filled models for glass jar. Hey, this is good. Filled models for the glass jar. I actually like that because, well, assuming we make it back to Riverside, to our base, I've always wanted to use glass jars to show off mixed dye colors that I have. So that's cool. Improved tooltips. That's always a nice thing. I'm gonna say something positive about one of the developers of the games I play. Stellaris devs do tooltips right. Paradox Interactive, they know how to do tooltips correctly. For all their faults, they do tooltips correctly. If you want to know how to do good tooltips, look at Paradox games. They do that right. Of all the things that they don't do right in their games, tooltips. A new trait, Crafty, functions similar to the Fast Learner trait, provides a 30% experience bonus, but only for crafting skills. I don't see that being a very useful thing. Hello there, Richard. We are converting our save today. We are about halfway done with the process, and it's been, about 8 minutes so far. So, yeah, we're just going over the patch notes while we wait for that. Crafty is exclusive with Fast Learner, so I'm never taking that. Fast Learner is non-negotiable for me. At least while we don't have NPCs in the game, so it's NPCs are multiplayer. Possible ingredients featured a build menu. This is going to be neat. This is probably... Okay, so I was bitching about this before. As somebody who's dabbled in amateur carpentry, this frame that my monitor is mounted on, I built it myself with carpentry, IRL. I use screws instead of nails for everything I do. Why can't I do that in Project Zomboid? This feature right here, added possible ingredients feature to build menu, that paves the way. That paves the way. I don't know if that means we'll actually get it, but I would very much like to use a drill and screws instead of nails for everything. I mean, it's not like it's not a game breaker or anything, but I've got these massive cartons of screws back in Riverside that I have no idea what to do with. There's like 2 crafting menu recipes that use screws right now. Why can't I use those instead of nails to build my massive bases? I'm sure we'll get that someday. Inventory items that provide vision or hearing modifiers will now use good or bad colored bars. Okay, cool. We can set our own colors for that. That's nice. I've always been annoyed by this because, like, you know, vision or hearing impairment on the headgear has like a green bar on it up until now. So that's nice that they're fixing that, because it should not be green. It's not a good thing. We can take hay from hay bundle tiles. Isn't that nice? Add text, added blah, blah, blah. Add filled models for the fountain and plastic cups. Small joy. We can make a mirror. Okay. I don't know what we can do with it, but we can make one. Thus far, all I know of mirrors are useful for is certain hairstyles. Cookable food items now display in tooltips how long it takes to cook them if the character has at least 5 levels. Okay. So this is a level 5 bonus for being good at cooking. You can see how long it takes to cook them, so you can actually use the little timer thing on your stove. When a player is looking at a vehicle trunk inventory window from the outside, there will be a top button option to close the... Okay, cool. That's... I mean, I'm just going to hit E anyway, but whatever. Baking pan can now hold fluids. Excellent. That's just what I wanted for Christmas. Controller focus. I don't care about controllers right now. Someday I might. I've mentioned this before, but someday I might actually do split screen with myself. As silly as that sounds, I might play split screen with myself and have, like, I'll control 2 characters. I'll have like a primary and a secondary. Just as a fun challenge. The closest thing you'll ever get to multiplayer in B42 for now. But yeah, as long as our save survives this update, we don't have to think about that yet. Removed investigate this area of vehicle mechanics. An option to smash a vehicle's window from right-click menu. Okay, so I actually use this a lot. I right-click on a vehicle and I hit vehicle mechanics. This is going to be particularly annoying with trailers, right? Because if you want to open a trailer's mechanics, where do you stand? Like, normal vehicles, you stand in front of the hood and hit E, and you'll open the hood and open the mechanics menu. Where the fuck do you stand for trailers? You have to like stand in front of the side wheel or something? That's really unintuitive, and I hope there's a solution for that. Added new survivor names. But who are the survivors? Oh, okay. SFX. Component called craft bench sounds. New megaphone sounds. Did they fix the broken megaphone sounds already? Fixes are in another section, so. Animal thumping sounds from 30 to 40 squares. Animal vocal sounds. These still don't affect zombies on vanilla settings, so I'm not really worried about those. Pain sounds are now played when the player gets injured when tripping or moving through trees. I guess that's a little useful. I mean, yeah, sure, okay. Improved system for voice event, SFX, while dragging corpses. Yeah, it sounded like you were watching a dirty video sometimes when you're dragging corpses. Balance. Grass tufts can now be dried. Just what I wanted. Fish hunger math. Added large hooks to the pool of surface clutter items. Functionality to allow drying racks to dry variable numbers of input items. Okay, thank you. Drying racks to allow variable... Okay, so what I think this means... What I think this means is we can go back to Riverside someday and open up our drying racks, and we can dry multiple types of things at once. Cool. I'm looking forward to that. Not really, but I mean, you know, I liked it better when I could just stand in front of it and dry things instantly, but that's, you know, not what they intended, just what they made it in. Non-weapon items that have a sharpness quality will display their current sharpness value. I guess some of them didn't before. Scissors blunt, I think. Oh, yeah, you know, I probably did lose a little bit myself. I think I left I know I at least left a small leather drying. I don't think the medium one was cooking anything. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, small leather. You can go kill a rabbit and get some more small leather, but medium and large leather are a little bit more of a hefty loss. Make with brick low. I don't know what any of that means. When a character hits level 10, they learn all growing season recipes not already known. So that's that. I'm assuming that's agriculture. That's cool. Indy Stone, did you fix did you fix tobacco yet, Indy Stone? I actually can't. I can't do a Control F. There's a lot of fixes in here. I can't do Control F in here. I have to copy the link and open it up in another browser window here. Let's try this here. And here I can actually zoom in a little bit. So let's do Control F and type tobacco. One mention of tobacco, and it's talking about chewing tobacco and consuming it. So, nope, the Indy Stone has not fixed tobacco. I reported it in May. They probably didn't see the report, but I mean, it's been broken since May. It's also tiresome. Let's just zoom through the fixes here, because we're about like 90% of the way done with the save transfer here. Fixed a calculation animal and butchering animals. Electrics in basements not impacting generator fuel consumption. That's neat. I missed that completely. Fixed something about planting seasons when using agriculture cheat. Yeah, I'm glad to know you're fixing things for the cheats. Leek, lemongrass, and rosemary listing February as both a so month and a bad month. Fixed agriculture system calculating months incorrectly. I don't know what that means. I don't know. It didn't seem like certain things were being calculated incorrectly. But then again, there's certain things about agriculture that I still don't understand. So who knows? Bone-tipped spears, search recipes text, required items filter, pumpkin chunks. I never managed to harvest pumpkins, so I don't know anything about that. Fixed improper size of carrot. Oh, we wouldn't want the carrots to be too big now, would we? Fixed wonky cooking pot during eating. Fixed M16 shooting sound effects continuing while shoving. I don't know if I've ever shoved with the M16. I recently found one after 350 hours, and I've been shooting it a lot, but I don't think I've ever shoved with it. If you need to shove with it, you've probably made a mistake. I'm trying to avoid making those kinds of mistakes. Fixed termites providing cooking experience. Yeah, okay. Toss those in a... Yeah, Richard, there is definitely... It seems like they've said something about fixing growing seasons in general there. Let's see how that pans out. I mean, well, okay, it's November in game. I don't think there's anything I can plant right now to see if that's actually... Yeah, I think October was when I was supposed to plant the winter wheat stuff. Yeah, I would have to rush to plant it, and then I would have to fertilize it. Because it's like, it's currently November 2nd, and I think November is the bad month. Meaning you can plant it, but you have to plant it like, you know, ASAP and then fertilize it to get ahead of the dead zone. I don't expect we're going to be planting anything else on this character. I don't expect it. I mean, you know, if we survive all the way to next spring, maybe. Sure, maybe. Won't be very much, but it'll be some. Fixed animal corpses, ignoring the time-slowing effects of fridges and freezers. An exception where an animal dies inside of a hutch. Old animal tracks. We are done with the save conversion, so I'll leave this open. I'll leave this open. So now comes the real test. We've successfully migrated the save. Let's make sure that we can load it. Okay, it's been loaded. First order of business. Let's check the generators, because that was something they mentioned right off the bat. I can hear a different sound for it, so that's cool. Okay, so you know what? They said something about changing generators. I don't know if this is going to have any impact. I'm just going to pick them all up and put them back down. Just going to pick all the generators up and put them back down. Right before we ended last stream, I remember going through and refueling all of them. So fuel should not be a problem in the immediate. Hello, Hassan. Unfortunately, nothing for multiplayer. Default is 0.1, and yours got bumped up to 0.9. Jeez Louise. Okay. Yeah, that is probably something we'll have to change. Assuming that what I'm doing now has no effect, which just guesswork. I will make a point to check my generators at sometime this afternoon. I can already see that they're at 99% after what should have been just a couple of minutes, because it's only been a couple of minutes since the end of the last session, technically speaking, even though it's been 9 days IRL. Oops. Drop and connect. Turn on. And this is the last one here. So we will come back and check these in a little bit and see if there's anything weird about them. Alright. Now this advanced forge was built during 42.11. So unfortunately, probably would have been better if I had just put off building it like just a little bit, because then I could build it during the current but that's okay. Now I saw something in the patch notes about katanas. Okay, so look at this. You can use a katana now in the forged sword blade recipe. So I have not found a katana, but if I do, maybe I can actually reforge it. Or will reforging it, quote unquote, will reforging it just make a normal sword? I don't know. We'll find out. Assuming we ever find a katana, we'll find out. Take a peek at my animals, make sure they're doing alright. Looks like it. Don't see anything out of ordinary. Healthy, well fed, not thirsty. I pet the cow. Game won't let me pet the cow. That's sad. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Oh, okay. I gotta go through the... Okay, yeah. We're petting the cow through the wall. Just Zomboid things. Interesting, okay. Well, we will keep an eye on our nutrition. We've actually got a... Oh, we can burn some calories, I guess. We're in weight gain... soft weight gain. We're not in, like, We're at 82 kilo, 85 is the ceiling, so yeah, we don't have to worry too much about weight at the moment. Okay, it's a little bit hard to hear myself think with all the rain out there. How is my backpack looking? We've got spare M9 magazines. I'm going to need to very slowly ease myself back into combat here. I've been off for 9 days. Not enough to cause too many problems, but I mean, I don't want to take anything for granted. Alright, 3 is my club. 2 is my hammer. You know what? Let's just take a peek at the generator right now. Okay, so just pausing it really quick because our generator is already down from 100% to 97%, and it's been 1 hour. That is, yeah, definitely something wrong with that. As the patch notes told us to be expected. So, we are going to need to take a quick peek at the sandbox settings. I have an idea. Let's go ahead and, I'm going to go ahead and step out of this game here. We're going to quit just to the main menu. So that dumps the save to disk. And what I'm going to do is make a backup of the save. I'm going to name it 44 converted. That is going to take a minute. While we're doing that, we are going to actually start... We're going to start a new game really quick. I'm not going to put too much thought into it. We're just going to start a new game. All default settings, Apocalypse, just the stat bar mod. And we're just going to, like, after we start the game, we're going to look at what the sandbox settings are for it in debug mode. And then we're going to compare that with the sandbox settings of our current save. So that we can, if we have to, update them. We'll update them. I think I still have my character build, but I don't really need to worry about it too much. Standard. Does it have slow reader? It does not. Slow reader with Whittler. That's right. Okay. I really should save this as the new standard. Okay. And we'll make yeah, we'll have a resurgence of Nora for a minute here. So remember, all we're doing with this save is we're just making a new one. We're going to let it finish loading up, and then we're going to back out in debug mode. We're going to compare the sandbox settings to our existing save, and then update our existing save sandbox settings to match the new save. I think that'll work. We'll find out. Okay, so we are going to now quit all the way to desktop, and we're going to turn on debug mode by going to Steam and go to Properties, -debug, close out of that, reopen the game. Now, meanwhile, our save is still copying, because we're backing up the save after the conversion, so... we can continue letting that go because we're not going to open it up right away. All right. Load. Yes, the most recent one is this one here. Okay, so now what we do is we open up the debug menu and we go to sandbox settings, and we are We set it to Apocalypse from the outset, so now we just need to take a look at, I think it's under World, and then we scroll down to, oh, we're already here at Generators, so Generator, or Generator Tile Range, Generator Vertical Range. I don't see it there. Perhaps Meta? No. I know fuel consumption is in there. Maybe it's under Vehicles. Gas consumption 1.0. But that's probably Vehicles. Well, generator fuel consumption under Meta. Okay, so it's 0.1 in this brand new save that we just created. So Richard mentioned that it was 0.1, and that's supposed to be the default. His got bumped up to 0.9. So that's what we need to check in our existing save. We need to check generator fuel consumption, make sure that it is 0.1 as opposed to 0.9. So that's our target. We'll go ahead and back out of this save. This save has completed its purpose. We are most of the way complete backing up our other save. I'm going to, while we're waiting for that, I'm going to update my thumbnail a little bit here. I need to change the version here. 42.11. What is that? Layer 13. Yeah, let's just copy layer 9 here. No, that's way too much. Let's just do a good old copy pasta. It's already a big mess. .12. Yes, I manually reordered all these letters myself. That's how we roll here. It's a little bit overkill to worry about the interstitial here, but you know what? I got a couple of minutes. I'm going to do it. There we go. 42.12. Let's save that as TBA Annie Big Iron 4. And let's update that stream thumbnail, shall we? Hello, wake up. And I'm gonna leave the clickbait question marks there. Will our save survive? Because we don't know yet if it's gonna survive. When my save for 42.4 got broken, it was long after the conversion. It was long after the conversion, and it happened because of a glitched tile that caused me to crash straight to desktop. Never could find out what tile it was, and so that save was basically killed by that. So, we're going to keep that until we're relatively confident that we're not going to crash for no reason. And it looks like our save backup is completed. So, we are now going to reload our save, 42.10.001. Actually, do I even need to reload it? Let's click on More, and let's go to... I don't think we can change the sandbox settings from here, can we? Nope, doesn't look like it. That's okay. We will load up the save and change it in game. Just one targeted change we got to make. Got this for my previous video's thumbnail. This is what we were doing last time, shooting zombies with shotguns in large quantities, we're going to have to be very careful before doing that this time because of all the changes to shotguns. Alright, so here we are back in our save. We're just going to open the debug menu really quick. Go to Sandbox Settings, and then go to Meta. And look at that. Okay, so our generator fuel consumption is 1.0. As we saw from loading the previous save about, I don't know, 5 minutes ago here. It's supposed to be 0.1. I guess what the devs did is they must have changed how this number was calculated. And I guess 1.0 is what 0.1 is supposed to be. So we just changed this to 0.1, and the sandbox settings are now equivalent to the save we just started. Okay, that should be all we need to do. We're going to go ahead and back out of the game, turn off debug mode, and proceed as normal. Hopefully that fixed everything. If this is all we have to do, I'm a very happy man. Because remember, this is now our second major version migration. We started on 42.10. We migrated successfully to 42.11 without having to really do anything. And then now 42.12, we've only had to change one sandbox setting. So hopefully it stays that way. Booski. Alright, so that should take care of the generator problem. Now, next order of business that I find to be probably the most pressing thing that I'll want to do is I want to find out what my well, I want to ease myself back into combat. I want to very slowly ease myself back into combat because there's two factors. Most importantly, I haven't been playing much video games at all for the past 9 days or so here. Couple of things came up in my personal life. I had to take a few days off. So we're easing back into that. But also, we need to find out very safely, slowly and safely, if there have been any major changes to melee combat that I need to worry about. So let's get rid of this empty magazine. We've got a block mace on 2. I want to get a sword onto 3. I feel safest with a sword on slot 3 here. Do I have any of my ambulance? No, I should, but I don't. I do have a sword in my passenger seat, but that's my backup. Let's just go get a new sword. It looks like it's evening, but it's actually early morning, or, mid-morning. That's just a thunderstorm for us. Not enough charcoal to make another sword. That's what we're going to do next. We're going to make a little bit more charcoal for that. I'll do 8 logs worth, I guess. My main backpack is pretty full, so we're just going to put them in both the handbags here. And our charcoal burner is right up here. No changes, charcoal burning just yet. I'm sure that's any minute now. Let's get the charcoal that we burned into the trunk here. You know what? I probably shouldn't have even bothered putting that in the trunk. Let's put it in this garbage bag here. Alright, another sword coming right up. Just get a handle on that. And let's sharpen it. Getting a little cold being out in the rain. Would have never guessed. Alright, sword on our belt. And let's get a refill of water. Get a bite to eat, and then let's get to work. This sink is almost used up. You know, while I have all this rain, I probably could put a rain barrel up. Well, there's a bunch of planks on the floor right over there. It's a better option than going into big combat right now. Going into big combat right now is not the best of ideas. Alright, we can fit 12 planks in our handbag here. We need 13 planks, so one more log. That'll take care of it. And then we just need nails. Easy peasy. Alright, nails are going to be... I think I left most of them in the trunk of the ambulance. Or... somewhere. Not in there. Not in there. In here? No. I guess let's open a new box. I don't see any boxes laying around, so we're going to go ahead and break open this carton. Drop most of those on the floor. And open one. Alright, got some nails. I'll put the stairs behind the garage door here. Why can't I build it there? Is it the grass? I think the grass actually blocks it. It's so silly. Why would grass block me from building something? Whatever. Alright, we got stairs. let's go ahead and put it right there. Yeah. Alright, we'll need to... Actually, let's check the generator real quick. Okay, it has not moved from 97% since 9 a.m. That's the way it's supposed to be. So, that is back to the correct consumption rate. Okay, so if we're building rain barrels, the ratio is 6 planks to 1 barrel. So if we take 4 logs here, that's 2 barrels. That was lightning. Still getting thunderstorm here. I'm doing this now because of all the rain, actually. Alright, let's saw the logs in here. Alright, now if I were to try to build these, could I? Do I even have, I mean, I'm sure I have garbage bags. I would prefer to use tarps if I could. Yeah, we've got 1 tarp. Just 1, though. I suppose I'll make 1 out of... I'll just put 1 up there. It's fine. We don't need, we really don't need a lot. I mean, you know, one rain barrel is 400 liters. For 1 character, that's more than enough for now. We're not feeding an army yet. I know I like to build my bases as if we are, but we're not at that point yet. This is a solo venture at the moment. Oops, wrong button. Okay, there we go. Leftover nails are going in the trunk. Oh, I did have some on me the whole time. Oh well. Now I need to be carrying around a spare battery because my flashlight is actually kind of close to running out. So let's just crack one down really quick. Sure, I got some somewhere here. Yeah. Well, I've got... Okay, so I don't have any loose batteries. I have 3 boxes of batteries. Let's just crack one open. Okay, let's gear up for combat. First thing I want to find out is, has the shotgun changed for the better or worse? That's what I want to find out first. Now, one of the reasons I've been kind of trying to pass the time by building stuff, it's not a good idea to test the veracity of a firearm in the rain. The rain is a rather significant debuff to your accuracy. But I feel like we'll notice a difference. If there's a difference to be noticed, we'll notice it either way at this point. So, yeah, we're gearing up. Heavy armor is going on. The bicycle helmet, the bone choker, the gauntlets, lightweight stuff into the backpack. Okay. My firearms are mostly reloaded. The M9 has got 6 loose rounds in it. Slot 1 is the shotgun. Slot 2 is my short blunt fallback. Slot 3 is a brand new sword. So we are armed to the teeth. We are going to look for some isolated zombies or very, very small groups. And we're going to see how this feels. I see a couple of isolated targets up north. Alright, first kill of 42.12. Just test the good old-fashioned short blunt first. Straightforward. Alright, shotgun next. I have a scope on it, so my effective range is actually a little farther away. Okay, good old-fashioned one-shot. Always down for that. A lot more guns than that should be a one-shot, but hey, we got a volunteer over here. Sweet. That's okay. So that was a clear and obvious headshot. Headshots are a thing now. Remember, they weren't before. Now that zombie ragdolled but didn't die, so we're just gonna leave it. We're just gonna leave it. Let's look for some more small groups or one-offs. Looks like everybody I led towards Spiffos here is exited that area. I do still see a couple of one-offs up here next to the hospital. Okay, look at that. Nothing has been done about the glitched ragdolls falling from high places. So, okay. Would it be too cynical of me to say that not enough people have actually played the game long enough to get to places where zombies are falling from third-story buildings to notice that this is a problem and therefore report it as a bug? It feels conceited to say something like that. It really does. I don't know though. I don't exactly have a frame of reference. I have in fact I've gone out of my way to not watch other content creators for this game because I don't really want to echo what they say. Oh, look at that, boys! We just got a multi-kill or a multi-ragdoll. That's great. I'm really happy about that. Shotguns are back, boys. Oh, shotguns are so back. Shotguns are so back. What are we at? 4 for the M9? 3. He's not alive anymore. Okay. Backing up, getting a little space. 3 rounds in the M9. 2. Oh, I'm feeling so happy about guns right now. I'm happy about guns. 2. 1. Backing up. Yeah, reloading. Okay. I was happy about firearms. I don't know how many factors were working against me there, but that was That was like, what, 6 shots to kill a single zombie? Upright, clicking on its head. Nothing has changed about firearms. Okay, okay, it's a little presumptuous to say nothing has changed. What I wish has changed hasn't changed. So, it's alright, it's alright. I mean, hey, that just means my defensive positions are still very useful. Let's bring that little group down here if we can. Ammo check. 6 rounds. At least we can say the shotgun is still the best weapon, probably for now. Let's make sure that zombies falling over fences is still a good idea. Come on over. Alright, so remember, one of those upright zombies, 6 shots on the head, no dead. Fence is still feeling good for now. We'll need a few more tests. I'm starting to feel like this is a very intentional thing. Zombies flipping over fences. Being extremely vulnerable to everything. They want us to go through the risk of, oh no, is it going to run up and yell, or is it going to run up and smack my foot? I think they want that. No. No. 3 shots on a zombie that fell over a fence. I don't like it. Nothing has changed for the better for handguns, at least. Shotguns are great, as always. It's like the Indie Stone really loves their shotguns, boys. They really love their shotguns. Ammo check. I think that was it. Yeah, reloading. The audio channel overload from all the rain has not been addressed in the slightest. That's okay. Now I'm going to try to wait until they've flipped over and started getting up. I think that's the most reliable thing to do, because I think it's when they start getting up that they're the most vulnerable to anything, really. Now, in order to make sure that they don't start the rush, you got to be at least 2 tiles away. So I think we're good here. Excellent. 6 rounds left. Getting some deja vu there. Five rounds left. Four, 3, 2, 1, 0. He didn't die. Still not dead. Still not dead. Now he's dead. Come on over. Take a seat. This feels about the same as it was before. Just specifically hitting them over fences. Now how about this? Oh, look at that. Okay, we got a triple hit. How many of them get up? None of them get up. Excellent. Okay, we got a triple kill. Play of the game. I'm feeling good about that. I really... Shotguns, as good as they've ever been. Oh, shit. I just switched to the backup there. Skill issue. Alright, folks, come on over. I didn't wait for him to stand up. There's the convulsion. Okay. Oh, yeah. Shotguns, absolutely. Very highly recommended now. I mean, they were good before, but, you know, now they're even better, as they should have been from all along, so they're good. I like them. Come on over, pal. So far, to the extent of my knowledge, I have not failed to kill a zombie, or I've not failed to one-shot a zombie once they've entered the getting up animation. That's what I think you want to wait for when they fall over the fences. Granted, there are a few that fell over. Like, there was one fell behind this fence. I couldn't even see if he was getting up. But then there's the ones that I just wasn't sure about, so I just shot anyway. Nope. Okay, that was a failure right there. I shot her in the head after she was starting to get up. Okay. Was it because I'm hungry? Could have been because I'm hungry. I think that does have an effect on your aim. 5 rounds left. Or 3, 2. Nope. We're down to 1. 0. Really? Okay. Really? Okay, so that was 2 M9 rounds and a big iron round that she survived. Once again, a big iron round. 45 auto to the head, not instantly killed. Basically, what I'm trying to say is shotguns uber alles. I mean, there's just no beating around the bush. Shotguns are being actively improved upon, and everything else is just whatever. I don't know exactly how many cartons of shotgun I've gone through so far, but it's been quite a few. Sword's feeling good, as always. Okay, let's have a bite to eat, and we're about to get tired, so... For anybody joining, welcome. We are currently easing our way back into combat after I took a few days off, and we are now on a new patch as well, so... I just got sick, too, from all of the corpses around me. So, perfect time to back off. Our current location is Louisville, in the southwest corner of the city. The major point that's currently spilling all the zombies at us is the hospital. And I think we've cleared all the zombies that would spawn on the first floor of the hospital. Currently, I think we're dealing with the second, possibly third floor. So if you're not familiar with Build 42, the upper levels of a building don't spawn until you enter that floor, right? So if you just drive a circle around a building and constantly honk your horn without going inside, you'll only ever get the zombies that come from the first floor. So what I did is after I killed most of the zombies from the first floor area of the hospital, I ran upstairs to the second floor, fired my gun, and then just immediately ran back outside, and now there's another 1,000 zombies to deal with. So that's our current state of affairs in the local area. That's just how I deal with things. I do not do the stealth thing ever. If you're interested in stealth gameplay, you're watching the wrong channel, unfortunately. I go loud and slow and turtle my way in. Some of this rabbit meat is actually going bad. I'm going to go ahead and whip up a stir fry. Try to use up the rest of the rabbit meat. Not that it really matters. The era of worrying about our proteins is over now that we're strength level 10. Feeling really good about that, to be honest. And I'm going to go ahead and put a serving of butter in this. This will probably be the last thing that I have to make with butter for a while, because we're at about 83 kilo, and we're edging into weight gain, so... Okay, what's going on here? This oven... Okay, so the button to turn on the oven has been moved from the top of the menu down to the bottom. Thanks, IndieStone. I'm sure that will improve everybody's experience a billion times. Billions must be thankful. Silly little things like that. Just, what can I say? It's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. We are done with the rabbit meat, and here it is all leftovers. We're just going to toss that in the trash. Cooking level 10 leaves you with so many leftovers that it's better to just get them out of the way, in my opinion. For context, if anybody is watching, if you're new here, we have continued our save that we started back in July of this year. We've continued it through 2 major patches now. I just saw a tree shake. Just gonna do a perimeter check. Doesn't look like anything major. Okay, we're good. I see. What was something that I wanted to look at? The IndieStone changed it so that right-clicking on a vehicle no longer gives you the option to open vehicle mechanics. So, that's fine. We can always open vehicle mechanics for most vehicles by opening the hood. What about trailers? What about trailers? Okay, they've removed vehicle mechanics from the right-click menu from trailers. Where the fuck do I stand to open the... Do I have to stand right here? No. I'm hitting E. Nothing's happening. Okay, IndieStone, you removed one of my right-click menus. How do I fix my trailers now, IndieStone? How do I fix my trailers now? Where do I have to stand to open up the trailers? Come on, IndieStone. Really? Okay, so, what does this mean? It means that these trailers that I've repaired, which, you know, I repaired previously in previous patches where you could open the menu by right-clicking on it. Now you can't. Good luck, anybody who starts a new save and finds a trailer that they need to repair. Good luck. I don't know how to do it. If I find out, I'll let you know, but right now, I don't see a way to do it. Okay. This is a 30 fry with some calories. Let's just eat half of that now. Keep ourselves in weight gain overnight tonight. And, well, we're not quite in fatigue zone yet. But we're also to the point where if we start any big combat engagements, we're going to be having a rough time about it. And okay, so Richard, you make a good point. The IndieStone is set on removing right-click options. And yet, since the beginning of Build 42, these stupid things that I never used, I'm guessing other people used them, I'm not one of them, but these stupid things I've never used, right-click on terrain and see tent and campfire kits, BBQs, campfires, blah, blah, blah. Those have been disabled, but not moved. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do a thing really quick. I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to be a good player. I'm going to be a good player, and I'm going to do a bug report. Well, actually, okay, no, before I do a bug report, I'm going to search and make sure it's not been reported yet. Bug reports. 42.12. We've had 42.12 for several days now. It was last Thursday, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, about almost a week now. So we can go back almost a week and see if anybody has mentioned. I'm just going to do a search in bug reports for trailer. There is one mention of trailer in 42.12. And nothing. Spawn in trailer in Muldra. Okay, that they're not talking about towable trailers. They're talking about a trailer home. Okay, so start a new discussion. Enter title. 42.12. Unable to access trailer mechanics after RMC removal, or due to RMC removal. RCM, I think it is. Right-click menu, RCM. You know what? Let's use their own terminology. We're going to the patch notes here. Okay, so they say RMC. Right menu click. Really, NASCO? Whatever. I don't really care about a typo. But, I'm gonna fully type it out. Unable to access trailer mechanics due to removal of right-click menu. Or actually, you know what? Let's rephrase that. Unable to repair trailers due to removal of right-click menu. That'll fit in a post title. So we're just gonna steps to replicate. I don't need to go into too much depth with this. One, start new save. Spawn trailer. Let's do our due diligence. Let's make sure that this applies to both animal trailers and regular trailers. Okay. I lied. So if you want to access vehicle mechanics for trailers, you got to use the V menu. The right-click menu is gone. The V menu. You have to hold V. And you can do it that way. All right. I'm gonna revise the bug report. And I'm also gonna mention the fact that we have to use V now, because so the reason I still want to report it is why is it that with regular vehicles we can just hit E, but trailers we have to use V. That is, I'm just going to kind of post about that for clarity. I've already gotten started, so I might as well finish what I started here. Or, no, I have to revamp the whole thing. I'm just going to abandon that. That's fine. Because, honestly, there's a way to do it. That's all I care about right now. In fact, here's what I'll do. I'll make a PSA. I'm not even going to snark about it. I'm just going to post about this as a PSA. Alright, so instead of a bug report, we're just posting a PSA. After that, we will catch some sleep here, figure out an overnight activity, and then hopefully the rain will be eased off by tomorrow. We can do some more serious combat. Shit, I need to actually open a new, tab here, in case it deletes my post here. Okay, so I gotta go to library and post that screenshot. Oh, you know what? I can't get a link from there. Gotta go to content and then go here. And then copy the link from here. Okay. Yeah, see, it deleted my post, so I'm glad I backed it up. Okay. There we go. I did my good boy thing. I don't know. I don't know how many people are going to have problems with that. I'm sure some people, like me, relied on the right-click menu. So that will help anybody else out who is relying on it. Let's finish off this stir-fry and take off the armor. And then hit the sack here. Okay. A little bit early, but that's fine. Oh, Richard, your small leather drying racks are unusable because of the... Are they stuck trying to do something and then you can't pick them up? Or is it because of the... Because, like, if you can't pick them up and put them back down, if you can, I would recommend trying that, but you probably would have tried that already. That would suck if that was the case. I would probably try to dismantle them if it was me. Just dismantle them and rebuild them. As annoying as that is. Because trying to rely on the Indie Stone for a hot fix in this day and age doesn't feel like a reliable thing to do. Let's make a... Yeah, we're done gaining weight. So we're going to make another stir fry with just kale and potato. And we're not going to worry about adding butter to it for now. Oh, wow. Picking them up and putting them back down didn't work. Oh, that's painful. That's painful. Because usually that's the fix. That's the go-to fix for things getting broken by an update. This thunderstorm is not easing up despite passing, what was that, another 4 hours there? That's no good. Yeah, we're going to need to pass a little bit of time here. I suppose I could go ahead and get the sink installed. That'll work. I would probably want to move this battery out of the way. We don't want to be putting batteries on a water source here. So the sink would go here or there. I can't actually remember. Let's double check that. This tile is 1, 2, 3 away from the corner. So that's right in front of the window. So it is supposed to be this tile right here. So let's move that stuff on the table out of the way. Actually, I need that wrench if I'm going to plumb it. So I'll just hold on to that. Let's go get the sink. Now, the sink is still going to have, like, I don't know, 4 liters in it. I'll put those 4 liters in this gas can here. Alright, removing the sink. See if it breaks. Nope, we're good. That means I can pick up the cabinet too. And we can plumb the sink. And look at that, we've got access to 42 liters and counting of fresh water. Most excellent. Put away the tools that we no longer need. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to dump the fresh water that I still have into the animal area. Oh, there's still room for another 10 liters in there. So I'll go ahead and put in this bucket. Hello there, Bloody. Yes, absolutely. That is 100% correct. And also, you're not actually looking at the main base. You're looking at an outpost in front of the base where we just staged some stuff on our way to building the main base. The main base is going to be inside the river. A little farther out than our riverside base, actually. To add this, I'll show you what I mean in a moment here. Toss this bucket back outside. Yeah, stepping stone sort of thing. I'm going to evaluate the status of our base here. We are, you know, part of my instincts told me that we should make it farther out than this, but that's fine. It's too late. It's almost too late now, so. Yeah. Similar, although the one in Riverside, I just built it, like, flush with the side of the river. This time, there's a little bridge, right? So the only way in and out is going to be this little bridge here. So it's close to the edge, but not quite on the edge. This is to reduce the surface area that zombies can enter from. I'm not going to, like, put any gates or anything because that's just going to inconvenience me. I'm not going to bother with that. Is there anything I need to forge overnight? Yeah, let's just make another sword. It's hard to go wrong with swords. I mean, swords are amazing. We're just going to make another sword because we can. And swords are great. I love swords. So there's another sword blade. We're going to put a handle on it here. And then we're going to sharpen it up. And that's the sword we just made is going to go straight into the trunk as a replacement for when we need it. leftover charcoal into the garbage bag here, and we should be done with this area for now. I only really wanted to get the forge and the furnace up and running. The storage system for this base can wait a little bit. I'm not in any particular rush to get started on that. And it is time to go back to bed. Tomorrow we're going to fight our way to the gas station and get some refueling, because we're about down to a half tank here. I hate it when it does that. I pick up a bucket of water and it uses my plastic bottle instead. Whatever. Alright, 4:20. Best time to sleep anyway. How many gravel bags did I use to make the primary parking space? Oh boy. That's a bit of a tough answer, to be entirely honest, because what I did when I was doing the Riverside base, I would take, like, 18 sacks of gravel is the amount of sacks of gravel that you can fill a military backpack with. I would do that for, like, all 3 of my military backpacks. I'd go fill them up with 18 times 2, times 3, actually. I'd fill all 3 backpacks up, and then just come back to base, dump all the gravel, go back, and do that again. And I lost track of how many times I did that. That being said, I did lift up the entirety of 2 roads, or, like, 2.5 roads. So whatever that is. If we look at, this is Riverside? Yes, this is Riverside. This road up here, starting here at this T intersection, and going all the way up here, and then ending at this T intersection. So every bit of this road up here, I picked up and dumped out to build my Riverside base. In addition, I took some gravel from some smaller places. Sand, negligible in terms of how much I use compared to the gravel. Because you drive faster on gravel than you do on sand. So, alright, I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm tired of this rain. I'm getting really tired of this rain. In fact, I am so tired of it that I'm probably going to take some sleeping pills and just sleep through it. It's as silly as that sounds. If I have sleeping pills, do I? Because, I mean, it's not like time is working against us right now. There's no harvests coming up. It is November. Nothing really going on in November. But we do not have sleeping pills right now. So that is so sleeping pills in this game, almost no function if you're not trying to end yourself. Sleeping pills plus alcohol, that will end you. If you're not trying to end yourself, sleeping pills do not make it so that you can sleep if you're a restless sleeper. All they do is add fatigue. Yeah, okay, if you get to 100 out of 100 fatigue, I think you can force yourself to sleep. But I don't recommend doing that. So in my opinion, they're completely useless unless if you're trying to fast forward. If you're trying to fast forward, you can fast forward pretty quickly by just taking some sleeping pills and going to sleep. And that would allow me to just fast forward through this stupid rain. But I don't think I have any sleeping pills. If I did, they would be in that cabinet. Yeah, I do not have any sleeping pills here in Louisville at the moment. Now, that being said, there's an entire hospital to the south of me, so I can get sleeping pills really easily. So let's go ahead and start killing some zombies in that direction then. I don't know how hard I'll go on, oh, I need sleeping pills now. Oh, look at that, look at that. There's a couple of guests here. This is unacceptable.
Hey!
So nothing has changed with the jaw stab. Once you enter optimal range, it's still just a RNG. Oh well. I would like to level my short blade a little bit, but that was a lot of stabs for one zombie. Alright, we're gonna move in the direction of the gas station and see what the see how hard we get challenged. I'm gonna keep an eye specifically on the right side here, because if anybody came out of the hospital, that's where they would show up. Oh, look at that. The backside of the hospital has nothing at the moment. At the moment. Big qualifier. There's probably still plenty of them inside. So that's the emergency entrance right there. So that tells me that this is the emergency room is just right through this wall here. Now, I have no respect. I have no respect for this game's extremely populated POIs. I have no respect for them. I'm not going to play by their rules. I'm going to use the sledgehammer and bust a hole in the wall and make my own entrance. I am not going to play by the Andy Stone's rules. I'm going to make my own. We've got a sledgehammer, and we're not afraid to use it here. You know what, Bloody? I would make a Link mod. I don't know, this is probably before your time, but if you ever played Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, or Majora's Mask, they both had Link would make some really iconic sounds. But yeah, here we go. We're gonna bust open this wall and then just immediately run away. Why do we run away? Because that happens. Now, we have no idea how many are going to come out of there, so I'm actually going to recover my sledgehammer and run away with it. Actually, that's gonna bring a lot of them out. That is, I should have known. This is Louisville. That is going to bring a lot of them out. So I'm just going to back up now, put away the sledgehammer, and we're going to start fighting from a little farther out. We're still running into the audio channel overload because of all the rain. I don't really know if that is a bug report that I can submit, but I would if I could. Well, considering it. That was not a kill. Ooh, look at all that. Yep. Okay. Yeah, as expected. This is Louisville. We walked into a building, we shot the gun, and, yeah. Yeah, okay. I don't know what I was expecting. It's not that I wasn't expecting that, but for some reason, I felt like many of them had been pulled to the other side of the building. So we're not going to go loud yet. We're going to use quiet means of killing these zombies. So far, we have not failed to one-shot a zombie with a sword. That's always a good thing. We're Longblade level 8. Okay, a couple of them have noticed us. Most of them are just walking around to group up. Now, we are slightly over-encumbered. And notice this. Notice our current movement speed. Notice how it changes when we walk into the grass. We've got to be very cognizant of that. That is particularly exaggerated by the fact that it's raining right now. Backing up just a little bit. We're going to have a quick bite to eat. I think after this bite to eat, we're going to put the Nobody cared who I was till I put on the mask. So that we don't get too sick. This is going to be a fight. This is going to be a sustained fight. Once again, we're not making any noise yet. We want to bite. We're going to bite-size this group. Another thing is, if I make noise and we get overwhelmed and we have to fall back. Okay, that was a failure to one-shot right there. Good to know. We are still not at the point where we can one-shot 100% of the time. Oops, no, don't do that. Sharpen blade, please. Now, if it's like a 9 times out of 10 that I one-shot with the sword, it's good. It's good. That just means we still have room to improve. Oh, damn it, I interrupted myself at the last second. I hate it when I do that. I can safely fast forward when I'm in the vehicle. Alright, we'll be a little bit more bold now. We'll let the sounds of combat pull anybody if they want to be pulled. Now, if we didn't have any rain, I would be a little bit more bold with the shotgun because, well, it feels like it's a lot better against groups now than it was before. Multi-hit is back, boys. Not just multi-hit, but multi-kill. I have once already in this stream about, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes ago, something like that, I got a triple kill with the shotgun. So not only is it back, it's back to its former glory. But discharging the shotgun now would cause me to get a large group on me, and my accuracy is going to be negatively impacted by the rain. So I don't know, without a defensive position to fall back to, I would prefer not to take a huge group like that with a gun in the rain, especially with, look at that back line, and there's still an unknown amount that might spill out of the building. Why is the camera drifting? Look at that. It's just drifting. Not even in response to my mouse movement. Not that big of a deal, but weird. I don't recall that happening before. Now, I could build a defensive position. Wouldn't cost me much. We got nails in droves. And we've got... you know what? I kind of do feel like I should. We got a decent opportunity to do so here. Now, something I'm going to do, though, proceeding worrying about building anything, I'm going to go ahead and get out my axe. Get out my axe, I'll get out some nails. And, there's my nails. Axe. Pretty good condition. Almost perfect condition, really. I'll go ahead and cut the engine. We are not in a position where we need to worry about running away at the moment. We're going to cut a couple of these trees because they are blocking our visibility. We need to be able to see, and we need building materials, so start with this one here. Not going to fast forward yet. So I want to see who... Okay, nobody heard that. Let's creep up a little bit and cut this one. Okay, that was not close enough to pull anybody from those groups. We're good. So we can cut these trees here. Now the only thing we have to worry about is if there are any stragglers in these woods here. They could come through these trees rather unexpectedly, so I'm still not going to be fast forwarding. Sorry, guys. Yeah, Bloody, that is exactly what we're doing. We're setting up a kill zone here. Yep, 100%. That is exactly what we're doing. I will probably want to have a spear on hand. And the reason being is because, well, okay, so did we get one? Okay. One zombie with good enough hearing to find us. Now that's interesting. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I'll show you again in just a second here. So what just happened is I wanted to drop my firefighter axe. I clicked my key binding to drop what is in my secondary hand, and it took me, what is that, a full second? It takes me a full second to drop what is in my hand. It used to be instant. It used to be instant. Why does it take a full second to drop something? I don't know what's going on there. It feels like that should be an instantaneous thing. In fact, that's one of the reasons I have it key bound to one of my thumb grid buttons on my mouse. But in any case, let's get rid of these bushes. Looks like we do have a couple of pinpoint... Oh, no. We don't have pinpoint earring assholes. These guys are migrating to the north. And what they're trying to do, they're trying to go around to the other side of the fence. They're trying to go around to the other side of the fence, and that is bringing them right to us. Okay, I see what's going on here. I see what's going on here. It's not like this is a bad thing. I mean, it's actually, okay, now it's a bad thing. Now it's a bad thing. Now it's an annoying thing, okay. Well, you know what? It's drip feeding. Let's take this to its logical conclusion. Still not in a good position to want to use my shotgun, no. Because if we do, all that is coming at us. Okay, this drift is actually annoying. I'll try to point it out if I can figure out what causes it. Nope, I will not be getting Barb the Billiard. Remember that, what led to her demise, more than anything, was punching into uncleared territory and fighting as if it was cleared. That was probably the biggest factor that led to her demise. There are many other factors, though, so we're just looking at the biggest one for that. And sharpen the sword really quick. I didn't even know that it needed to be sharpened. I just reflexively checked. Okay, yeah, so we still got more to the south there. An unknown... Yeah, okay, see? We can't see all of them on the other side of that tree stack there. So we've got an unknown amount to the south, and a somewhat known amount to the east there. So let's just continue what we were doing. Remove the obstacles here. Okay. I would like to have a kill position multifaceted. But I also kind of want to remove some obstructions over here. And see if I can't maybe even delay some of the zombies that will come from that direction, if I can. A couple of them noticed us, that's fine. Now, are they going to come up and hit the fence? Okay, look at that. She's hitting the fence. That tells me that a lot of those guys, when they start hearing me fight up here, they're going to go up and start hitting the fence. Okay. I see how it is. Annoying, but we can work with it. I mean, we don't have a choice. We have to work with it. Let's have a bite to eat really quick. No, I mean, okay. Wouldn't be too hard to just whip out the shotgun and start shooting them through the fence. But a problem with that is, of course, it's raining incredibly heavily. Rain is a significant debuff to everything that I want to do in life. So we're just going to continue building. It's alright. I have no need to be in a rush right now. I need to keep my ears open so we're not fast forwarding yet. What we're going to start with is we're going to start with building some fences all the way over here on this side, because this is going to cause anybody who comes from this direction, they're going to go to the edge of this fence and try to go around it, and then flip over this. So this is our early warning for anything approaching from this side. Oh, the raining, you know, this is just a fall thing I've noticed in this game. I had a playthrough, I think it might have been Barb the Builder, where pretty much the entire month of September was just nothing but rain. It was absurd. Like, we had more rain in the month of September than I think Annie Mae here has had in all of the fall season of her first year put together. It was wild. Alright, I feel comfortable enough with fast forwarding now. So we'll go ahead and saw the logs here. Now, one thing to keep in mind, the game does helpfully stop fast forwarding if a zombie comes within like 3 or 4 tiles. So we could actually see if for some reason the game stopped fast forwarding before I told it to, we would know to just start running. That is something that has been kind of ingrained into my muscle memory. If the game stops fast forwarding for no apparent reason, start running. That's like a muscle memory thing. It'll help you survive. Alright, so we've got the materials for 6 fences now in our handbag here. So look at this. It is really dark for 1 p.m. or 1300 hours. It's really dark. That's a good old-fashioned thunderstorm is what that is. So, what I want to happen here, they're going to come at us from, largely from that direction. I would like to have several points for them to fall over before reaching us. So I'm going to move up a little bit in sneaky sneak mode and build a couple of spots here. Probably just tracing the edge of the sidewalk here. I gotta keep an eye on that lady to the north there. She's the only one up there, but she's probably gonna head our way. Now what this is a preliminary spot. I don't expect to be able to hold it sustainably, but it will provide us a place to start. And then what we'll do is we'll fall back relatively quickly to this spot, which is far more defended. Now that lady, she's trying to go around the fence to group up, so she's headed our way. I'm going to go ahead and deal with her now. Ah, that is interesting. Okay, so even backpacks now take 1 second to drop. Come on over that, take a seat. Okay, that didn't work. I was hoping to get the knife stab on a down target. There we go. Just a bit of an aim issue, I think. I'm not going to try that if there's more than one zombie in the area. We're leveling our short blade as like a tertiary goal at best. I think I can finish that before she gets to me. Now this is interesting. I'm getting cold. I'm getting cold despite my current loadout. My loadout is pretty warm. I'm guessing that's being wet. Realistic, but also more impactful than it used to be. Now, of course, as you can see, this group is shifting north, so my preliminary spot is less useful than it was before. That's okay. We're going to cut a little bit more wood, and then we are going to get started with that group. My flashlight should die any moment now. I'm actually kind of hoping it will. I want to be done with this almost dead battery. Okay, that's a total of 4 logs. I'm gonna have to get used to that. I am not used to my. I'm not used to it taking a full second to drop something. That is, that's novel to me. We do our logs in groups of 4 because 4 logs will fit in one military backpack when you are organized. For anybody joining, welcome. Just a quick recap. We are probing the north entrance to the hospital in Louisville. And when I say probing, I mean we're being very slow about it, being very methodical. The weather is against us right now, so I don't want to be fighting any massive groups if I don't have to. Speaking thereof, I'm not going to be able to build anything forward. I wanted to build a couple right here. I'm not going to be able to do that now. In fact, we may be engaged. Yeah, we're engaged. We're engaged. The fight begins before I wanted it to, but that's okay. We are not discharging yet. Not yet. Because remember, if we discharge and we bite off more than we can chew, then anything we pull is going to scatter into these woods and become a lot harder to deal with. That didn't work. Left and right. Left and left. I'm mostly just using the knife because of how quiet it is. Alright, so if we were to go loud right now, group of about a dozen to the north, about a dozen to the south. Let's get a better view of that group to the south. We can't really see it very well because of these trees. So I'm going to go on the other side of these trees. It's about a dozen. Okay. So the south group is about the same as the north group. They do have... Oh, shit. I didn't see those trees there. Fun fact. Look at this tree here with the red leaves. Can you tell that there's 2 small trees right behind it? I couldn't. Not until I got this close. Imagine that happening while you're driving. Anyway. Now, if I can kill this group to the north fast enough, then I don't have to worry about going loud. Because this group to the south, by the time they reach us, they'll be spilling over this fence and be vulnerable. And we do technically have a fallback. I mean, if we use this spot right here, that counts as a fallback, so... Hey, look at that. Jaw stab worked. I don't expect that to happen very often, but, you know. When it does, it's neat. Nice and quiet kill. Apparently that wasn't close enough. I don't like fighting from the north for anything that close. Now, like I said, we're not going to get a very good shot at these zombies up here. Oh, battery is out on the flashlight. I don't know if the flashlight will improve my aiming capabilities as it is. I don't know. I'm going to just assume that it might and just go with that. So this should be my optimal range, or at least close to it. But look at how wide that is. That is unbelievably wide. Getting closer doesn't really help. Yeah, it just doesn't feel like a good idea to start using guns right now because of how disadvantaged we are due to the weather. So I'm sorry guys, I'm not going to be fighting that big group right now. Well, I could deal with them with melee. It's alright, we'll use melee. I'm pretty sure I can handle this relatively fine. Well, bloody technically speaking, I'm neurodivergent in some capacity. The only thing I've ever been diagnosed with in that field is ADHD, but I probably have something more than just that. I don't really care though. I mean, it's, you know, not that big of a deal. Most of the stuff that's wrong with me is not something I would want to blame on a condition. Now, don't worry about that defensive position. Just because we're not using it now does not mean that it won't be used thoroughly. Because I have a feeling that we're going to get quite a few more zombies coming out of the building. All right, what are we at? We're at body heat gen. We're only at body heat gen 4. I'm going to run around a little bit because we should be at body heat gen, you know, a little bit higher so that we stop getting cold. We're wearing a hoodie right now, in addition to the military jacket. It feels a little early to switch to green camo. Green camo is higher insulation. I will if I have to, but it feels a little early. Yeah, see, look at this. I didn't even notice this group over here before. So we've got about a dozen to the south, maybe a dozen and a half to the east here, and an unknown amount still inside the building. That's probably about a dozen in the ambulance overhang there for the emergency room reception. Now, I would still like to keep this area nice and easy to drive around, so I'm going to be careful about just killing them willy-nilly. I suppose I could do another just single gunshot. Just one gunshot. Maybe over here. Do I need to sharpen? I'm good. We're going to use the M36 because it's, technically speaking, it's the quietest gun. And we're just going to shoot once. Now what we're doing is we're displacing to the south after shooting, because what that did not even aggro anybody to the south. Truly the quietest firearm, all things considered. Okay, so now we're cold and hungry. I'm going to take a quick bite to eat before we engage. I'm starting to feel like this is an actual full-on hurricane here. You know what? I think I am going to go ahead and ready up my, I'll ready up my, we'll have to do urban camo. I would love to do urban camo right now. But I don't have any with me. It's all back in Riverside. See, urban camo has the same insulation. Well, okay, so even if I wanted to do urban camo, there's no matching backpack for it. I would love to do urban camo. Interesting. But yeah, with no urban camo backpack, we cannot, oh, we're getting, really, really, really wet. That's probably why we're so cold. Let's go ahead and, get dried up really quick, and then we'll resume the fight. We're also going to reposition the vehicle and use it as a flashlight. Alright, I'm going to try the 9. Oh, look at that. That's going to be annoying. Getting them stuck in the fence like that, that's going to be really annoying. Because she's not dead, or the game is considering her still alive somehow. I can't target her. But if we turn around, notice my Moodle, my panic Moodle appears. I guess that is a bit distressing to see a zombie stuck in a fence ragdolling to death. Okay, that was the big iron. I should not have discharged that so willy-nilly. Okay, that doesn't... Well, look at that, look at that, look at that. I'm going to cease and desist the firearms for the moment. That is more than a couple dozen there. It would be kind of cool if the storm provided cover for discharging the firearm. No, I'm not doing that. Alright, in fact, I'm going to back up with the ambulance a little bit. Because I do not want the ambulance to get overwhelmed. If I have to fall back while the ambulance is still running, that's going to cause many problems. I mean, falling back and fighting these guys up here to the north is annoying. And as you can see, we pulled a number of them our way, but not all of them, and some of them have lost it. Jesus fucking Christ, I did not notice there was one already behind me there. Woo! That was a stage 3 mistake. We're good. Not a stage 4. We're good. I need to be very aware of that force, though. I hate fighting from the south, I really do. That got the old heart rate going. Hands are shaking already. Alright, so, look at this. Because of that discharge, because we fired the gun a few times, the group that was inside the fence to the south has spilled out and is now just losing interest in us because they lost track of us. Now they're just on this road, mindlessly walking in this direction, which is not good, because if they keep walking in this direction, they'll end up at our base. Our base is not that far away in this direction, so... Like, this is why I was reticent to use the gun before. Any gun before. Get out of the fucking road. Dork. This is my road. Alright, we're at body heat generation 5, and we're still cold. This is getting out of hand. Need to run around a little bit more. Also, I'm out of food, and I'm about to get hungry. That's interesting. Do I have any emergency chips in the van? I don't think I replenished them. Skill issue. Absolute skill issue. We're backing up a little bit. Yeah, I don't have any chips in the van. So we're going to stop back at base really quick and get some food. Because we can't be running out of food in a situation like that. We still got about 10 fatigue to work with, so we're not in danger of getting tired just yet. But look at how close our base is. Like I said, some of those wanderers are going to show up at our base if we don't wipe them out as soon as possible. So we're just going to straight up eat some kale, because kale is great. In fact, I'm going to unfreeze some more of it here. Let's get back to work killing those guys, because we cannot let them wander towards our base here. See, look at this. That's pretty close. I don't like it. I made a mistake. Definitely a mistake discharging the firearm where I did. Okay. It's a small enough group that, you know, you don't have to worry about getting overwhelmed. But I mean, how many of these guys lost interest and started going in the woods instead of going down the road? See, like this guy here. This situation that we're in is going to lead to more and more zombies popping out of the woods. Because by shooting our gun at the edge of the parking lot there, we pulled them out of the hospital area where they were fenced in. And now they're wandering, can pull them anywhere. Creating a situation where we could get surrounded a lot more easily than we could have otherwise. Now, normally at about 1800, I would start worrying about getting tired. We've got about 7 fatigue left to work with, so it's not an immediate concern. Just got to be cautious of it. We do have some coffee, but that takes a little while to drink. Too many. Backing up. Even if I one-shot all of them. Which I don't. I would say it's about 8 out of 10. I don't know how much damage my sword has taken. Now, as you can see, the fence, we can't make use of it with firearms, but it is helping split them up a little bit. Because when they flip over the fence, it takes them a minute to get back up. So it aids in splitting the groups apart ever so slightly. Okay, no sharpens needed. All right, so the north. Okay, look at that. Look at that. Look at. We've got Flippy Frank here. Flip in every direction, Frank. One of the many rag dolls that we'll run into. We've got other candidates include. What have I named them? We've got Pendulum Pam. We've got A-Pose Arnold. T-Pose Timothy. This glitch that you're looking at here with the zombie flying all over the place, that's because a zombie is falling from like a second or third story of a building and getting ragdolled. The ground hits with melee are just sometimes not reliable. I can't explain why. Alright, I'm going to M36 a couple of these guys and see what that brings down on us. Just one. Come on. Just one. Now the M36, like I said, quote-unquote quietest firearm. Okay, not much. In fact, how much more do I have the M36? Couple rounds here. Okay, we don't want to be doing that too much though, because look down south. The ones I couldn't see before, because of the trees, are now coming our way. This rain is really annoying us. You can see why I was kind of hoping to just sleep through it. It's messing up my auditory. It's messing up my visual. We're getting really cold now. That definitely feels more intense than it used to. I feel like we used to not get cold anywhere near as fast. Alright, what have we got? 5 fatigue left to work with. That's another 5 or so minutes. Okay. I will catch you later, Richard. Have a good night. Or have a good sleep. Shout out to all of our overnight shift folks. I'm going to be doing that starting October 3rd myself. I don't know if that'll change too much with the streams. Most of my views seem to come when I start early in the morning, so I think I'm going to do that regardless of what my shift is. Because regardless of what my shift is, I'll probably be awake at this time of day, so... Alright, now, when it comes to these rag dolls that are flipping all over the place, they're technically still alive. The only threat that I've ever seen from them is running into them with a vehicle. It can happen, it can damage your vehicle. I've had it crash the game once. Running into a rag doll that's flipping around like that, I've had it crash my game once. Now, killing them is possible if they stay still long enough. Aim for the shadow. Don't aim for the model, aim for the shadow. Their shadows reveal their true position. This one is moving way too fast. I'm going to call this one Fast Zombie, or Fast Flipper Frank. Dude, we can't even... Look at the crosshair. See how it's turning red momentarily? I'm not going to try to shoot that. Look at my character. She's trying to aim at it. That's funny. Yeah, okay, now I am going to discharge the shotgun once. And that's just going to be to bring out anybody who's still lurking inside. I don't think they're going to follow me all the way back here because they didn't last time. Alright, it's 2000 hours. We're about to get tired. So I'm just going to monitor the movement of the zombies after that discharge. And then we are headed back to base. Yeah, see, look at that. Another big group from inside. They're coming out of this this door by the stairwell here. Oh, shit. I heard the fence getting hit. Right now, the only weapon I have that can go through fences is the knife, so we poke her with the knife. But yeah, look at this. See, they heard the gun, and they're walking towards where they heard it, but then they're stopping there. So that's fine. They can continue to rot in the parking lot. I'm not worried about those zombies as long as they're in the parking lot. Which I think they're gonna hopefully hold in there until overnight. So we'll leave them as they are. Remember, my initial concern was zombies coming out of the parking lot and filtering into the woods where I can't see them. That concern has not been waylaid. There could still be some of them coming out of these trees unexpectedly. So I have to consider this area semi-insecure right now. Because otherwise, they'll come out of the trees, they'll bite me when I'm not expecting it. So, play it safe, consider this area insecure. See how close to our base we are. We're still a map cell away in totality, but I don't like how close we are, I really don't. Not with that generator up and running. Alright, checking the integrity of my sword here. Hunting knife is down to about half mast. Sword, also down to about half mast. There's no reason to not just take the new one. I'll just take a new sword, slate the current one for reforging. Same with the knife. Should have a spare knife here. somewhere. Yep. For anybody joining, welcome. We've got a base here in the southwest corner of Louisville. I'll show you really quick on the map. Our base is out into the river to avoid respawns to the best of our ability. This is where we are at the little B here. This is the hospital in the southwest corner of Louisville. It is a massive source of zombies, and we are still working our way through it. I do believe I've killed most of the first floor, and we're now dealing with zombies from the second and third floors. Hence some of the ragdolls that you may have seen flipping around. We've got our forge here. I'm going to slate my current knife and my sword here. I'm going to dismantle them, leave their blades here for reassembly later. Dismantle the hunting knife that is at half capacity here. And then dismantle the sword that is at half capacity. And I will just leave the blades on the ground here. We'll reforge those later. We still have spares, so we don't need to do it immediately. And we've already got replacements staged and ready. Another bite of kale here. Also going to take off the heavy armor. Don't want to go to sleep in that. Now, my character has been cold for a while now. That's significant. I can say almost definitively that our characters are a little bit more sensitive to cold than they used to be. Because, well, it may just be the wetness. Like, that might be the only thing that has changed. Okay, so I've got medical supplies up here. Tell me I left some sleeping pills. No? No, I guess not. That's okay. As an overnight activity, I'm going to switch to something a little heavier. Because the, well, not just heavier, but also more water resistant. I'm also going to switch to these long johns. Right now, my long johns are just bottoms. Something about insulation in this game is you can wear a lot of layers on your legs and not be bothered by it. It is the chest and the head that most of your heat insulation comes through with, both in real life and in game. That is a thing that the devs have modeled accurately there. So we're taking some thread and a needle and a whole bunch of leather strips. And now it's nowhere near cold enough for padded pants yet, thankfully. We just want to think about the, oh wow, we're actually getting, that's tier 2. That is tier 2 coldness right there. Which makes sense. We've been standing still in a rainstorm in 28-degree weather. So yeah, makes sense. But we are going indoors to get away from that. The armor is coming off and going into my backpack. So helmets, gloves, and bone choker into the backpack. Now on the bed here I've got a couple of jackets, but these are leather jackets. Their protection is lower. I would only switch to those if the situation called for it. Well, no, not in this weather. Not with this temperature. I thought I had a an officer jacket sitting around somewhere here, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Okay. That's okay. Y'all heard that, right? Hang on a second. Okay, so listen very carefully to this. This is the sound of the locker closing when we get rid of the inventory screen. You hear that? That sounds like a zombie smacking my garage door is what that sounds like. I'm going to have to keep in mind about that. Otherwise, I'm going to get freaked out every time I hear it. Yeah, if I do have an officer jacket, it's probably not in here. I'll check my vehicle really quick. Coda plates, field kit, nothing but weapons in there, no armor. This is ropes, mostly ammo, entirely ammo. Ammo and non-perishable foods. Okay, so if I do have any more bags of armor, then they're going to be probably up near the crafting area. I need to get this out of here before I forget about it. I put a bunch of coffee in the egg container of the animal trailer. Okay. It is about bedtime, so I'm going to put this coffee away and then hit the sack here. These chips I picked up because they need to go in the driver's seat here. I don't know what I did with that. That's going to bother me for a little while until I figure out what I did with that jacket. Because that is exactly what I need right now, is an officer jacket. When I say officer jacket, think World War II bad guy trench coat. That's kind of what it looks like. It's really cool looking. I like it a lot. And I would love to wear it in weather like this, but I don't have it. So we're going to go ahead and get our first sleep in. As a restless sleeper, we have to sleep twice. Alright, Long Johns. I don't even remember where I found these. We are going to go ahead and patch this up entirely with leather strips. Now, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8... 9, 10, 11, 12. So this is 12 leather strips to patch this up. That's a lot of leather strips. I may need to start harvesting them off of zombies. Because I think I've actually used up most of the leather strips that I have with me at the moment. Or that I brought with me. Not that it's a hard thing to gather if you start looking out for it. Okay. So these long johns have strips on all of them, on all the slots. We put this on. It replaces the bottoms. And all of our protection levels on the upper body went up by 10%. Our forearms are up to 90% right now. That's amazing. I wonder if I could get that one point higher, or 10% higher. Having my forearms be 100% bite proof, don't knock that. That's amazing. But I think I'm currently wearing all the slots that I could be, except for the crop top goes up my upper arms. The denim bandeau is that actually replaces the underwear slot for your upper body. So regardless of whether you're male or female, make a denim bandeau and wear it, because it is something that provides natively 10% scratch protection, and it covers the underwear slot for the upper body. So don't think that it's a female thing. Both female and male characters should be wearing a denim bandeau. Same with denim briefs. They go on the lower body underwear slot, but they have native scratch protection, and you can put a strip on them, like a leather strip. So it is one of the only reasons that my scratch protection is, or my everything protection is so high, because of all that. I don't think there's any other slots that I could fill with. Oh, No, well, okay, so Hawaiian shirt. I don't think anything else goes in that slot. Or anything else goes in that slot with longer, does it? Hang on. I found some scrubs at one point. What did I do with them? See, there's got to be a bag of, like, clothing and armor somewhere that I'm just not keeping good track of. I'm going to take another look at the crafting area up at the forge area up here. I know I have it somewhere. I should probably check the trunk of the vehicle. Yeah, this is all building materials in here. Nothing but building materials in the in that vehicle. Over here, this is completely empty. This, nothing but building materials. Okay. If there is more, it's going to be over here in one of these. Now, this green camo military jacket would provide some better insulation with pretty much the same level of protection. But I thought I had an officer jacket. I don't know. If I do, I have no idea what I did with it. Damn shame. It might still be in West Point. That's alright. So as we can see, the stats of this hunting camo and green camo military jacket are the same. Okay, now, this would be a brute force fix for the coldness. If we just wore this hunting vest, that would be a brute force fix. That would probably make us hot. I'm not quite at the point where I would want to do that. I think I'm going to keep my jackets the same, to be honest. I think I'm going to keep them the same. Now that we've got the long johns with the upper body on, I would really like to find that. I would really like to find that that set of medical scrubs. I can't remember what slot it goes on, but I feel like it was a long sleeve slot. Oh, look at that. The rain has turned to snow. That's cool. I didn't leave anything in the passenger seats, did I? No, passenger and glove of this vehicle is empty. And like I said, nothing but non-perishable foods and ammo in these vehicles. 110 M9 magazines that are currently empty. I could probably take all the 9mm that I currently have and put it in that. But we're not going to do that just yet. Yeah. It's bugging me. It's bugging me real hard, guys. I know that I have another bag of just stuff in general, and I've lost track of it. It's not this. This one is just empty sacks. Didn't leave anything inside here. I've already thoroughly gone through everything in here. All these military backpacks that are in this container are empty. It's not there. It's not in there. It's not in the corner. I don't know what I could have done with it. It's got to be back in West Point. That's okay. Like I said, we're not going to let that slow us down. Let's get some cooking done. I'm going to take this kale that was in this garbage bag and put it in the freezer. Because we're no longer needing to worry about quick transfers of stuff. I'm short one military backpack, but that is full of logs, and it's at the hospital where we were fighting before. Shush. I'm just gonna go ahead and eat the rest of this butter. Make me a little bit sad, but we can fix that. We'll go pet some animals. these long john bottoms that I just took off. I'm not going to be using them again for a while, because that is, the bottoms without the tops is a warm weather thing. Weather's only going to get colder from here, so. This garbage bag over here full of miscellaneous stuff. I'm going to go ahead and put all of that into the cabinets and containers here. Get it out of the way so I can stop thinking about it. Really, this is something that I just don't understand. Why did they have to move everything to the bottom of this of the menu? It just 2,000 hours of it being at the top, and now I have to retrain myself to look at the bottom. It's like, of all the things you could have changed, did it really have to be that? I'm not too upset about it. Let's pet a animal really quick to get rid of the sads, because we're sad. We just ate a stick of butter. That's gonna make anybody sad. I do believe there's a chicken in here that I can pet. Where is she at? I hear the cluck cluck. There you are. Hiding behind the feeding trough there. I pet the chicken, and my sads go away. I am happy once more. We go sleep. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What's in this cabinet? All mechanic stuff. Okay. Just one container I did not, oops, I did not search before, but now I have searched it, and there's not anything that I wanted in there. Alright, we sleep. I don't want to say anything about the precipitation being done. It'd be amazing if it was done. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are in the southwest corner of Louisville, and we are, now that the weather is looking nice, we're going to start pushing towards the hospital again. That's something we were doing overnight, as we were improving our insulation and armor. Now, I just said that the weather is nice, but look at this, it's foggy. What does fog mean? Fog means a debuff to your aiming with firearms. Well, it's alright. We're going to do some melee combat. I would like to do some more firearms, I really would. I've got two entire step vans full of ammo to discharge, but we're going to be patient because it's not an optimal strategy to shoot in this weather. I don't have anything to target right now. Oh, hang on a second, I do. If we, I'm not going to shoot at them, but if we aim at the animals, you can see what I'm talking about. That's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. That is not bad at all. I don't know why it stopped snapping all of a sudden there. Whatever. But yeah, okay, well, let's go find some zombies and see how much it collapses. Because when you're using firearms in build 42, you want the crosshair to collapse all the way down to the little dot. That is, that means you are getting optimal return on investment for every bullet fired. This thick of fog, I don't think I'm going to be shooting at all. Even if I do get good return on investment, I just don't have enough visibility around me to see if I'm getting flanked. So that's not happening. I'm going to leave the engine running. And we've got a fresh sword. So we don't have to worry about damage being low. I'm going to put this leather and needles and stuff into the trunk here. So I don't need to do any more armor repairs right now. What else? We are a bit low on M9 magazines, actually. Let's go ahead and, well, we've got 15 loose rounds. Let's fill up another magazine here. I probably should have done that as an overnight activity. Just fill up a bunch of, fill up another carton of M9. It's not like we're going to be shooting that much M9 right now, but, you know. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be doing mostly melee for the moment. What did my protection window go? Oh, had to hit P. Okay. So as you can see, my forearm protection, my upper arm protection is 100%. It's my forearm protection that needs improvement. You know what? We're right in front of a hospital. I could have swore that there was a slight improvement I could get if I was using a medical scrubs in place of one of the things I'm currently using. So we're gonna kill some zombies, but then we're also on the lookout for scrubs because plenty of nurse zombies to go through here. All right, scrubs, scrubs, scrubs. Dirty, bloody, broken. It's okay. I can repair those. We got one incoming. Oh, look at this. This ranger had some shotgun shells on him. One shotgun shell. Cool. To be entirely honest, I'm probably going to take the shotgun off. I've got a spear that I could be using right now. That is exactly what I'm going to use. Come on over, fam. Okay, I see what's going on here. We've got a small group to the east there. Nothing substantial to the north, but that small group to the east is going to send a number of zombies trickling towards us because they are going to be trying to go around to the other side of the fence to group up. Now, by yelling, I don't know how many we just pulled. We may need to fall back. I'm pleasantly surprised to see that spears have not been nerfed. I was expecting spears to be nerfed rather heavily. I'm perfectly okay with them not being nerfed. Believe me. I am loving spears right now. Especially considering how low level I am. I'm still only level 4. Level 4 and like 3/4, so we'll be 5 soon. Hopefully we'll be 5 before we finish this spear off. I am not going anywhere near those trees right there, because they are blocking my line of sight and I don't like it. Okay, north is looking okay inside the lot. We definitely didn't wipe out that entire group. Some of them transition. or translate to the west there. There's just two over there. Maybe, yeah, some of them went south, most likely. Yeah, most of them are still within range of the building here. You know, now that my screen is covered in mostly white imagery, I'm noticing a lot of stains on it. Give me a moment. It's gonna distract me if I don't get rid of it. Alright. Fun fact, if you use a lens cloth, you don't usually have to worry about any sort of liquid to clean your monitor. Just give it a good scrub with a lens cloth, and it will get rid of the lightweight stuff. Another pair of scrubs here, but full of holes. And a hunting knife. Bread knife. Gotta love the bread knives in this game. Okay, let's do a sharpen check. Definitely need a sharpen. Okay, look at that. I'm hot now. I haven't changed that much about my loadout. It was really just the long johns. I'll go ahead and take off the hoodie. The hoodie is my most sacrificable layer that provides a lot of insulation right now. I'm gonna sneaky sneak a little bit past these guys. That'll pull a few of them. Well, maybe like half of the group. Or most of it. Whatever. I don't want to fight from the south, so we're gonna dislocate a little bit here. Did I not? I didn't bring any food again. Damn it. Doofus moment. Absolute doofus moment. We've got some food in the ambulance. Fence is serving a bit of a purpose there. Half of the zombies got stuck hitting the fence instead of attacking us. Bendable fences framework indeed. Alright, falling back to the van. Gonna get a bite to eat, do a sharpen check. I think I can cut the engine safely. It's not like we are hurting for gas, but I would rather not waste it. Not when it's the local gas station is not easily accessible at the moment, so better to... Oops, wrong button. N. Okay, so we actually just ran out of water, too. And considering how easily we're getting hot, we are going to want to go ahead and get a refill of water and then make ourselves some food. Should have done that overnight, but, you know. Who knows, maybe we can burn about an hour and make the, see if the fog goes away. Something I have noticed, and I'll always mention this if I get an opportunity. Fog seems to either linger until about noon, or if it doesn't go away by noon, it's going to probably be there for the rest of the day. At least that feels like that is what I've observed in my experience. Alright, so we're going to have a bunch of stir fries here. Each one of them is going to get 2 helpings of kale. And then the rest will be potatoes. Three units of kale right now, so that means 3 out of 4 of these will get... Oh no. It's alright. I have this bottle full of cow's milk right here. I'm just going to chug the lot because that will fix my calorie problem. Well, problem. I call it a problem. I don't want to be gaining too much more weight. Leftovers can into the trash. And the rest of this gets potatoes. Some spices somewhere, don't I? Thought I did. No, I want to be using vinegar. Vinegar is the only thing you can use to make jars of food. So we ain't doing that. Let's unfreeze some of this kale for the next lot. And let's get these 4 cooking, I guess. While they cook, I'm going to look around and see if I can't find some more seasonings. I swore I had some somewhere. If I did, they would be in the non-perishable foods, which are still back here, I think. Yeah, garbage bag, NP. Oh yeah, look at all that. I got tons. Okay. There's most of it. I don't have the canned foods yet, but that's okay. Canned foods, that'll take a while. You know what would be cool is if you got higher level cooking and you got to spend less time cooking something. Like if your cooking level made it so that you cooked faster. I mean, that makes sense, doesn't it? Like, you don't have to, if you're less experienced, then you'll probably err towards you'll err on the side of, overdoing it rather than underdoing it. At least that's what I would do if I was cooking and I didn't know what I was doing. So I need to separate my large form foods from my small form, because otherwise this food container will fill up very fast. Let's move the macaroni down one cupboard. That is the sound of everything being done. Looks like we got 2 40s and 2 30s. So I will rename this to 40 fry. That one and this one. And these 2 shall be 30 fry. If anybody watching is new, I like to name my foods after how much hunger they reduce right after cooking them. So when I start eating halves later on, I know exactly what a half is. Half of 30, half of 40, etc. Alright, the rest of this garbage bag full of foods goes in here. These garbage bags are done. It doesn't look like the fog is letting up too heavily. How about... Yeah, no, look at that. It's dumb because when we're inside, it seems like there's less fog. Then we go outside, and look at that, pea soup. That's annoying. And it's past noon now, so that means we're probably going to have fog for the rest of the day. Annoying, kind of annoying. Because remember, fog doesn't just make it harder to see zombies, it makes it harder to hit them with firearms. So it's like, okay, Indie Stone, I guess I'll not play the game for a little bit longer. Or I'll do some melee combat in a bit here. I just, one more day that I have to go without using the firearms. Annoying. I suppose, no better time than now to go ahead and, oh, we did some cooking. Let's do some coffee making as well. Because right now we have a little bit of coffee. Or like we have a coffee beverage that restores... Oh, thanks, Indie Stone. Okay, so... I'm looking at my coffee and I'm seeing that it only reduces 3 hunger. It used to tell me exactly how much fatigue it reduced. It doesn't anymore. Now it just gives us a little green bar. Okay. Whatever. I think this is good for at least, like 3 fatigue, maybe? I don't know. Or, no, not 3 fatigue. 12 fatigue. I'll go ahead and drink it, just because I want to have a couple of coffees made that are, like, at full capacity. Full capacity coffee reduces 24 fatigue. So we are now brewing 3 coffees. Okay, so... let's test this, because, well, I don't know if they would have fixed this, but if they did, the problem with coffee used to be that if you just created a hot beverage just by right-clicking and creating it from coffee, oh, wow, we can't even test to see how much fatigue that reduces anymore. That was the problem. If you right-click on a mug and hit create beverage and use coffee, the amount of fatigue that it reduces is, like, pitiful for the amount of coffee that it uses. Like, this is so inefficient, adding coffee to a beverage, as opposed to brewing a cup of coffee at the coffee maker. If you just add coffee to a beverage like this, you're throwing away the coffee. You might as well eat the coffee straight up. You'll get more fatigue reduction just by eating it straight up. So what I'm going to do is just, I'm not even going to test that. I'm not even going to test it. I'm just going to go ahead and brew 3 cups of coffee. Used up most of our current stack of coffee. We'll put that away. We've now got 3 coffee beverages. Now, when you right-click on it, you can add some more stuff to it. I'm going to just add sugar cubes and honey for now. That just makes it so that it reduces more unhappiness when you eat or drink it. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so I can keep in mind that all 3 of these coffees are full fatigue reduction, 24. 24 fatigue for somebody who's a restless sleeper. That basically makes the coffee, each one of these coffee beverages, the whole thing, is equivalent to 1 sleep session for my character. So I can make use of that information. Oh, look at that. This spear is just about to break. I'm glad I checked that. Let's go ahead and break it now and slate it to be reforged. That feels like it was at half capacity when we started. I don't remember exactly how many kills we got with it. Ugh, look at this pea soup fog. It never goes away. It will go away around 1800 hours at this point, since it's still around now. Now I do have a spare spearhead in the vehicle here. I'm not going to use that because I want to keep the spare in there where it belongs. Instead, what I'm going to do is... I mean, to be honest, I'd rather do some character maintenance now, since we're going to have fog for probably the rest of the day. Just going to get rid of that, get a couple of saplings so we can make new spear handles out of them. So there's a sapling there. Here's another one here. Let's do 3. Here's 1, here's 2, and here's 3. We'll carve those into long sticks in a minute. We're good for the moment. I don't think we need to do any charcoal burns right now. Not these hatchets. Are they... One of them is in bad condition. One of them is okay-ish. You know what? I'm just going to pick these saplings up because they're right in front of me. I'll pick them up. I'll carve them into handles. I'll leave the handles up there at the forge. It's carved long stick times 7. Okay. 7 long sticks. I'm gonna go ahead and place them over here with the other handles on this workbench. Now we've got 3 damaged things we need to reforge. We've got a hunting knife blade, a sword blade, and a long metal spearhead. So we go over here. We right click on the forge. We are going to use a... Okay, we cannot use a spearhead to reforge a spearhead. We can, however, use a hunting knife blade to reforge a spearhead. Okay. I guess that's whatever. Wait a minute, hold on a second. We want to do a long spearhead. And we cannot use anything but a steel bar half for that. So we need to... Let's just reforge what we can first. Hunting knife blade first. And then a sword blade from the one that is down to half capacity here that we used yesterday. Now this long metal spearhead that needs to be reforged, we are going to smelt it here at the furnace, which we need to get closer to the furnace to do that. Still not close enough. Now we're close enough. There we go. So this basically, because we can't use a spearhead to remake a new spearhead, because we can't do that, we are spending an extra 5 charcoal. Possibly more. Yeah. Because first we've got to turn it, we got to melt it down into chunks here at the furnace. Then we got to turn around to the forge and turn the chunks into a bar half. So that is 5 plus 2 charcoal. That's 7 charcoal. And then we turn around and make a new spearhead for another 4 charcoal. So it costs us a total of 11 charcoal to reforge a spearhead from a broken one. Interesting. That's actually more expensive than a sword. But that's okay. Alright, so we've got a new hunting knife blade, sword blade, and long metal spearhead. Let's just sharpen all 3 of those up. Hello. It's not automatically selecting the next thing to sharpen here. I would like it to do that. I thought it used to. Okay. Now we'll just slap some handles onto all of those. Gonna need to make some more small handles at some point here. Okay, a new spear with long metal head, that goes on the back. A new sword and hunting knife. The hunting knife needs to go in the passenger seat of the ambulance, so I'm going to leave that in my main inventory so I don't forget about it. We are hungry, and I left my food in the fridge because I'm a doofus. We'll go back and grab that in a moment here. Anything else I want to do while I'm up here? Let's check our charcoal supplies. We're pretty low. We're pretty low. We are in fact so low that I would not be able to do more than one more sword blade. Technically speaking, I'm working right now, but I'm all right until 9 a.m. At 9 a.m. my new guy comes in, so I do have. I'll probably. We'll see. We'll see. If he needs close supervision, then I'll have to end the stream there. Otherwise, we'll play it by ear. Just got a message, but it was from a meeting that could have been an email, so we're good for now. I guess I'll go ahead and just forge another sword blade. I can do that, right? No, I cannot. I do not have another steel bar. We can make a steel bar, but that will use up our... I think that'll use up our charcoal. We can turn one of these steel sheets into a steel bar. So we just pick one of these steel sheets up off the floor here. And we go to the furnace. Smelt steel from large steel item. That gives us 4 chunks. At the cost of 9 charcoal. Okay. So, before we can even use these steel chunks, we've got to go get more charcoal. I'll go ahead and leave the steel chunks over here. And charcoal time. You know, I'm still geared up for combat, but... Oh, the fog is gone. Excellent. We didn't have to wait until 1800 after all. Okay, yeah, we can get some more... We'll get some more charcoal later. I want to do a little bit of combat. Itching to kill some zombies right now. This hunting knife goes into the passenger seat. Bandana goes back on the face. Well, actually, not yet. We are going to grab some food. Then the bandana goes back on the face. Our backpack is a little full right now. Let's get rid of the duct tape I picked up here. And I'm going to drop half of these nails on the floor right here. Pick up half of them again using the grab half button. That cleared up a little bit of space. Alright, there's a stir fry into my system. I can put the bandana on now. Alright, let's go kill some zombies. I'm going to take off the bandolier because I do not need it at the moment. I'm not wielding the shotgun. See if that reduces my encumbrance below the low marker. That would be cool. No, not quite. Oh well. Carrying way too much heavy weaponry. That's fine. Okay. Back up here, be ready to punch out if I have to. Leaving the engine running. Let us go ahead and, well, of course, now that I have good weather, of course I'm not well equipped to use the shotgun. Let's go ahead and leave the spear here for a moment. I'm going to do something I've always wanted to do. I'm going to put the spear on the ground, and I'm going to use extended 3D placement to rotate it so that it's stuck in the ground, so that we've got a spear stuck in the ground, ready to pull out of the ground the moment we need to. All we got to do is right click on it, hit equip. Always wanted to do that. What the hell is that? Is that a rat? That's a rat. Okay, let's grab the shotgun again. I know I just put it away, but drop my backpack so that the shell's bandolier goes in the correct place. Now I put the backpack back on. Alright, for the moment I'm going to put this hoodie back on. I'm going to see if it gets me too warm, gets me too overheated. If it does, I'll take it back off. Oh, forgot to get the shotgun. I got the bandolier, but I forgot the shotgun. Where am I? In the trunk on the back. There we go. Alright, now my first discharge with the shotgun is going to be over here-ish, because I do not want the zombies to get attracted by the shotgun sound towards the exit. I prefer them to go in this direction. Now, we are going to be fighting a lot of them here. But let's do a check. Oh yeah, look at that. You see how the crosshair collapses all the way? That's what we want to see when we're using guns. So we are weapons free. We just want to be very careful about where we shoot. And before I go weapons free, I'm going to have a quick bite to eat. Now we're at 41 fatigue at 1,800 hours. We've got 20 fatigue to work with, so we're not gonna get tired until it gets dark. I think we're good until it's dark. So clean up these stragglers over here off to the side. What we want is a nice clean escape if we need it. Now what I'm gonna do also is I'm gonna use my custom combat music here. I made a little combat loop of the high action variants of this game's combat music. Let me use that because it's epic and I like it. Alright, so I turn off the in-game music. I open up Adobe Audition here because I am a filthy closed source software user. Remember, everything is open source if you can read assembly. Alright, we are going to do top 6 open with the loop, right? Yeah, that feels good. Okay. So this is like 20 minutes. We're probably not going to use the whole thing. But, yeah. Let's get some fighting in. Notice how they spread out. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it so much. It's so good. Now, that's not to say I'm not going to fall back. But I am so much less intimidated by this group than I would have been if the shotgun was not as good as it is now. Alright, I'm getting boxed in. I don't want that. I'm backing up. have visibility behind me there. Backing up. My stress is at 100 out of 100 because of the, there's a lot of zombies hitting the fence. They're so far away that I can't even see them right now at this zoom level, but it's still close enough to stress me out, so 0 to 100. The stress is making it harder to shoot. That sucks. There's nothing I can do about that. Well, I can do something about that. I can back up and melee, and do nothing but melee for a bit. -2 stress every time you kill a zombie with melee. No longer discharging just yet. Not at this stress level. Yeah, 100% Marlando. Resident Evil mode engage. Now our stress is down to 70. That's still stage 3. So we're going to back up a little bit, and we're going to continue using melee. Sharpen the sword a bit. I don't think I'm going to make this. Nope. Switching to short blunt. Okay, most of them are not aggroed onto us, so I'm backing up just a little further and get that sharpened done. Okay, still stage 3 stress. I'm gonna try to get that down to stage 2 before I start shooting again. What's up, friendo? Whoa, hello. Okay. I did not see all those guys over there because of these 2 trees. Backing up further. None of those trees, would you? Okay, as you can see, some zombies are going into the woods over there. Okay, I just fell below tier 2 fatigue, or tier 2, sorry, stress. I need to get the zombies out of this forest, because if they go much farther into the forest, they're going to make their way to my base, and that is unacceptable. Alright, now discharging the gun here means we're not secure from the north at all. So we are going to hit, fall back, and hit again. I do like how clean it is to the south here. So we'll do a little more shooting here. Oh yeah, I like this a lot. Okay, better spot here. Now that is a much cleaner crosshair contraction. Look at that. I'm guessing they should be a little bit more tightly congested before I assume that shotgun's going to be optimal. 2,000 hours, we are losing light, so on goes the flashlight. Once again, interference from the north. Thankfully I was able to see it from a nice healthy distance. We're also starting to get attention from the south though. Oh, well, of course we are. Look at this. Global communications to the south and Leaf Hill Heights to the north. So we're now pulling different zombies from different groups. That's not the worst thing in the world. My goal now is, instead of doing a full wipe, we just want to get zombies grouped up over here. Surprisingly, Lethal Heights is, well, we probably cleared out the first floor. Second floor any moment now, I'm sure. Alright, I want to make sure that my north is as clear as I can get it for the moment before I start engaging the gentleman from the south here. Alright, looking okay-ish. Clean up the advance party here. Switching to melee for a little while. Oh yeah, look at all that. The sad thing is, I wish this area could be clearer, because the gas station is just to the south. What do next? Was it maybe we can win? Oh no. This is an underrated one. I actually like this one more than I thought I would. Endurance holding up all right. The flashlight glitch hasn't been fixed. Whatever. We're just about to get hungry. Backing up a little bit, having a bite to eat. Now, we are going to be tired soon, but we've got 3 whole-ass cups of coffee. And I am locked in for heavy combat, so I'm not worried about that. It's exactly what we have the coffee for. Long nights in Louisville. It's funny, now that I got combat going, I've actually lost some of my live viewers. Maybe some folks really do just prefer the slow part. The prep. Still can't sharpen. Still good on that. Let them split up into fast and slow. Holding up. Well, it's alright. We've only lost a couple points of condition. One on my left. I've blessed the hearing. Okay, I'm starting to see him come out of the building. That's no good. I was about to start shooting at these guys with the shotgun, but not while they're pouring out of the building here. Yeah, I like this block mall. Its range is such shit though. That is really hard to rely on. almost like it's as small as a hammer, despite having a slightly larger model. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's probably all from Global HQ, or Global Communications HQ. That's the building to the south here. We're out of range of the hospital now. So, I mean, if we do a full clear here... Yeah, look at that. It should be within my effective range, but that's not good. The meta event rate as I finish shooting the guns. Now that's going to bring a lot of hate from every direction, most likely. I'm going to be checking my north frequently. Still looking okay from the north. I'm feeling overdue for a sharpen. So I'm going to be switching back and forth between the block mall. Left. There's maybe we can win then. Fuck. Stage 3 mistake there. I misjudged the distance because he faded out for a second there. Skill issue. Look at that. North. Not clear. Not clear. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I want one direction to be clear. It's the shotgun that brought those guys out of the forest up there. Not about to get tired yet, but we are. Well, actually, we're about to get exerted. I'm going to step back, take a seat. Oh, that's kind of cool. A little hard to see, but we've got a an out-of-breath-o-meter up there. So we don't even need a stat bar to tell how long we need to sit down. That's cool. I'm still going to use the stat bar, but, you know. Wait a minute. It should have gone away by now. Okay. So that's actually really bad. That's really bad, because now if we get to stage 1 exertion, it doesn't go away until we completely clear it. Fuck. That's really bad. We need to be twice as aware of exertion now, and try to clear it up before we get exerted. Otherwise, we will have to spend much longer to get rid of it all the way. Alright, so, falling back. Gotta make sure north is as clear as possible. Remember, these dumpsters block your view, so... Okay, it's looking okay back here. I don't think it's a good idea to discharge now. Even though it would feel good. A lot of multi-kills. Potential for. Just get a nice and controlled kill here. Are there no buildings on the north side? Or, sorry. Are there no windows on the north side of this building? There's just the one doorway. Okay. right? Like I said, the range is very deceptive. I can't go by the model. I have to assume that I'm using just a regular claw hammer. Now, if I want long range with short blunt, I've got to get a mace. But the whole point of this block maul is to have a really good short blunt on my belt, not my back. The mace can only go on your back, so no, we're not doing that. I'm sure the sword needs a sharpen, so we're macing for a bit. We're about to get hungry. As soon as we kill the fast ones here, have a bite to eat. We may end up fighting all night. I'm, to be entirely honest, I'm 100% okay with that, because I want this road to be clearish. In fact, we're about to get tired. I'm just gonna go ahead and straight up drink. Well, I can't drink a coffee yet because that silly meal that we just ate filled us up too much. So we're gonna have to work that off really quick. There it is. Okay. So we're straight up drinking all this coffee. That will remove 24 fatigue, theoretically. Double check that. Yep. So that was as good as sleeping. Alright, sharpen check. Can I sharpen? Yes. Now, how do I sharpen? There it is. Okay, I can't be facing that direction. Come on now. There we go. It's just something about the way the tiles get lit up by the flashlight. Alright, there we go. Sword is effective once more. I'm tempted. I'm really tempted. I'm going to back up a little further and then do it. I'm going to need to keep checking over my shoulder, though. They're dispersing to the north. Not good. Double plus anti-good. Get out of that forest to the north, you assholes. This is a prime flanking opportunity. I can't let it get out of control. And it's all because I discharged the firearm a few times. Because remember, zombies will now mishear what direction your gunshots come from. Found a firefighter axe on that guy. Not letting that go out of my sight. A moment, would you? Thank you. There we go. Okay. Who else went off into the forest, huh? I don't see anybody else, but no, look at that, look at that. See this guy all the way over here where the highlighter is on the right side? Look at that. That is unacceptable. I'm getting flanked, and it's all because I discharged the firearm a few times. That said, discharging a firearm in Louisville, you know. My music loop has started over already. We have been fighting for more than 20 minutes. Alright. Alright, that guy to the north. He's there, he's coming. fucking flankers, man. Can't get a break. Okay, no sharpening needed. Scattering in this direction. No idea how many are on the other side of those dumpsters. Gotta go all the way over here. It's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, we're gonna need to keep checking the north. We cannot take the north for granted now. Left and right. Left. Look at that. Look at that. We pulled the majority of them up there. We dealt with them. Alright, let's start falling back towards where the ambulance is. Uh-huh. No backfill. Do not want. For anybody joining, welcome. We are in the southwest corner of Louisville, trying to clear a nice open zone flush with the river between our temporary base and the gas station, which is just up here past this building and down the road on the right. Now, this forest to the north and south, not clear. Can't take it for granted. We've got to fight wherever it's open to the north and the south to be safe. Alright, you know what? I was hoping for some more multi-kills there. I feel safer discharging the firearm there. Actually, partially because if there are some in the forest, I want to draw them out. That was an intentional usage of noise. Alright, these slow ones over here. See if we can't get one of those fabled multi-hits. Nope. Worth a shot. It's never going to be guaranteed. Now, I do believe that this block mall is using up a substantial amount of endurance for the damage that it does. And be cognizant of that. Probably just the weight. It weighs 2.5 for a belt item. Kind of absurd. Fucking millionaire of a hammer. Alright, we're gonna sit down and have a quick break. Because now, the way the game plays, the new endurance thing, try to get out the knife. Dumped her instead. Alright, can I sit down in here? Nope, locked. I would like to sit down in a car, because then I can fast forward. There we go. Get a little bit of rest in. Alright, resume killing. Once again, we will discharge the firearm if we get a big enough group, because we want to pull anybody out of the woods who may be in the woods right now. We'll probably see more as we get closer to the hospital. At least I hope we will. Really? Ah, there they are. Okay. Well, pick up right where we left off. Like whenever I'm not trying for a double hit, that's when I get them most reliably. Okay. Not bad. Now our stress is about to skyrocket. We don't deal with these guys pounding the fences quickly. We finally got defensive positions to work with here. I'm going to switch to the M9 a little bit. May have been a little early on that reload. Okay, we're at stress 100 once again. That is our firearm efficiency degraded into the gutter. Now, can we kill these fence thumpers quick enough? Nope. We really can't. Yeah, see, it's just not good. Stress 100. Even hard to get a tight crosshair on somebody that's on the floor in front of us. Hey, look at that. I got a spear on the ground right here. Whip in both hands. Keep an eye on myself. I want to get them off the fences. I don't want to cause too many problems for myself, though. Alright. Got a bite to eat really quick. Can we? No. We've got it fast. Too fast. going right around it. Didn't build far enough. One coming on our 6. I'll shoot this one because she's going to spill over. About to get hungry. Actually, we are. Okay, that's our last bandolier of shotgun ammo. So we can no longer shoot without being concerned about our shotgun ammo. Oh no. Okay, we're down to stage 1 stress. Well, that was close. We didn't get hit, but that was really close. Not bringing any more out of the interior at the moment. There's still plenty more inside, but I'm feeling good about where we're at. That was a late night, but it is now 4 a.m. Decent time to go to sleep. I enjoy the mix, I really do. I think I did pretty good with that. It kept the music going. It would have gone down and left combat music for a while if we had not used our own little mix there. Now, before I go anywhere near going to bed, I need to do a perimeter check around my base. I need to make sure that we did not get any wanderers moseying on up and coming towards our base, getting attracted by the generators and whatnot. Because remember, gunshots can make them just fan out in the weirdest of directions. We want to make sure that that doesn't happen too much. Okay, wait a minute. Now we're good. Also getting a little hot. I'm going to take the... Oh, so that reload, that panic reload I did... we only had 1 round left anyway. Cool. Okay, so the heavy armor comes off. Heavy weapon gets put away. Empty magazines. Hoodie gets taken off. Armor goes into the backpack. This block mace is coming down to the end of its lifespan. So I will need to think about getting that replaced soon here. Alright, all the armor is off. Taking a nap. Now, it is 9 a.m. IRL. I need to check in with my new guy and see what he is up to. And see if he needs some guidance. If he's ready for some stuff, then I may need to end the stream. But if not, we will continue. So just give me a couple of minutes to figure that out, and I will be back. It's not like I'm going anywhere. My work computer is 1 input shift away here. Just checking in, making the rounds on a few things there. While I'm doing that, let's take a quick peek at my food supplies. I think I still have a couple of stir fries ready to be eaten. Yeah. Sorry, my phone is ringing. Okay. My the over-the-shoulder camera there is actually my cell phone, so bit of a weird thing to have it ring on me all of a sudden. Okay. Yep. For anybody joining, just a quick heads up. I did had to step away for a little bit of work stuff. I should know in the next five minutes tops. I should know by then if I will need to end it here or if I can keep going for a little while longer. Okay, we're looking good for the moment. We'll see if my new guy has not responded to me yet, so he might not be in yet. He's supposed to be in by 9, I thought, but he may have changed. Okay, so the guy that I'm training at work for my day job here he is working on the other side of the country from me. I'm on the East Coast. He is on the West Coast. And so there is a substantial time difference between us. Like, right now at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, it's like 6 a.m. his time. And so I thought he would be getting on right now, because I thought he worked 6 to 4 local time, but he ain't on yet, so maybe he changed his shift. We will see about that. I have sent out the pings, so I will hear back on that soon. And otherwise, for now, we're continuing, and we are having a bite to eat. My character got bored pretty fast there. I mean, yeah, so it's because I stepped away, but... There's 20 left in there, and then 40 in that, so that's 60. That's a whole day of food. And putting that stuff away, and... Alright, apologies for the delay, folks. We are back in action. We're gonna put away the shotgun, because we no longer have any loose shells. We've just got the 25 and the bandolier there. So we are gonna get that out of there and put the bandolier in there, and then put the shotgun in the weapons bag here. What caliber should we switch to? It feels a little presumptuous to do M16, because we're just doing cleanup right now. We're not going to be dealing with massive groups at the moment. Let's use one of the bigger calibers. I'm going to drop my backpack here and switch to a bullet bandolier. Yeah, let's do some 223. YOLO. Why not? For 223, we're putting on a bullets bandolier. We are filling the bandolier with 223 rounds. Now, 223 is a bit of a heavier round, but the boxes come in boxes of 50. We've got a bunch of loose boxes in the trailer right there, so we're going to put the backpack back on. This is a spare shells bandolier, so I'm going to put that away in here. We could use M14, but I'm going to hold off on that because that is a... M14 uses 308. 308 is a bigger caliber, and I would prefer not to use my bigger calibers just yet. Saving that for, well, after we start running out of the smaller calibers. We are going to do some M9s reloading, because as you can see here, we have got 49 empty magazines of M9 in the trunk of the vehicle. But then, quite separately, in another vehicle, we've got, like, another 110 empty magazines. I do think... Yes, we figured this out. It is a... 1 carton of 9mm ammunition. 1 carton is equal to 40 full magazines. So we've got lots of cartons and lots of magazines. So let's go ahead and get some ammo refilling out of the way here. Okay, we've got 3 cartons right here. I think we can actually just fill all those up into magazines. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit of time, but we can fast forward through it. Okay, I know what to do. Let's just drop all those magazines just right here on the ground. That's alright. That'll actually help me keep track of how many I have total. We have exactly 159 magazines. So all three of these cartons of 9mm, all three of them, we can put into into magazines. It's great. Let's go ahead and open up one of these cartons. The hell? Why did I need to sharpen that multiple times? It failed to sharpen that twice now. Whatever. I'm just going to leave the spear here for now. Not sure what was going on there. Gonna put my armor back on the driver's seat. Or the passenger seat, rather. And this firefighter axe that we found stuck in a zombie is actually in great condition. It just needs to have its handle repaired. The head is in like perfect condition, so. Okay, gotten our inventory sorted out. Let's get to work on these 9mm rounds here. First we open a carton. Then we open all 12 boxes in that carton. That leaves us with 600 rounds of 9mm. Now we're going to pick up 40 magazines. Just going to hit escape when I get there. Alright, 40 magazines are filled up. So now we just have a seat so we don't lose health from being over encumbered. And we start inserting rounds. Oh, wait a minute. We can queue actions, can't we? Yeah, so I can click all these, insert 15 rounds of magazine, and then I can fast forward. Keep doing that until she stops. And you might think that this would get us a lot of experience in reloading. No, not quite. I mean, yes, it will get us some experience, but we won't be anywhere near the next level when we're done with all three of these cartons, to be honest. Alright, so there is 40 magazines of M9, all filled up. What I'm going to do is just set aside some military backpacks for... yeah, we're just going to set aside military backpacks exclusively for M9. So we've got O Alpha, O Bravo, and O Charlie. Each of these are going to be filled up with 40 M9 magazines. So it won't fill up the backpacks all the way up, but it'll be close. All right, Alpha is got 40 magazines now. Let's continue. Grabbing another carton. Opening all of the boxes in that carton. Grabbing 40 magazines. Having a seat. And let us load. Yes, I know there is a mod that lets you click one button and just automatically reload all magazines. That would be one of the first mods I installed if build 42 was stable. But because it is unstable, we keep the mods to an absolute minimum here. For better, or in this case, for much, much worse. This probably would have been much better off as an overnight activity. In fact, yeah, the last 40 is absolutely going to be an overnight activity because we've already spent a lot of time today just reloading magazines. This would have been something that I could have done while I was AFK, too. Oh, well. Alright, another 40 magazines into the second backpack here. Alright, so we've got another 80 magazines. So what that means is yet another carton of 9mm could get allocated into this. So if we have another carton of 9mm somewhere in here, then that's what we need to do. None of these have 9mm in them. Let's check the other vehicle here. Yeah, we've got one more garbage bag full of 9. And that's it. So after we fill up these last 2 cartons, we will have 2 cartons of 9mm left total, and that will be it. I don't know how I feel about that. Because, I mean, you know, 9mm is pretty good. It's your highest capacity sidearm, just in terms of total bullet. That being said, revolvers are much easier to reload. I don't know how I feel about the Big Iron as a handgun. The 1911 with 7 rounds in the magazine. It's not bad, but it's also not that. I mean, it still sometimes takes 2 shots to kill a zombie, and because of that, you know, the magazine is it's got half as much capacity as the 9mm, which the average number of shots to kill is still 2. So it's like, you know, I'm choosing between one gun that has a high chance of getting a 2-shot kill that has only 7 in the chamber, or 7 in the magazine, versus another that has twice as much in the magazine. There's no math there. It's just you would think that the higher caliber would be better, but it's not. And that's silly. But I digest. We are going to, well, I would like to fix up these medical scrubs. But even if I do, I don't have enough leather strips to patch them up. So we're actually going to leave that there. Okay, now I went ahead and loaded all that M9. But I don't yet have any reloads for it in my backpack here. So let's... we're going to go ahead and open another carton. But then I'm just going to drop most of the boxes on the ground here. We're just going to do 3 more boxes. And that will give us 10 magazines. And we will reload those while we drive. The MSR 700 goes on my back, because that is the weapon we are using primarily. And I need to go pick up a couple more boxes of 223. And then we're going to go hunting. Alright, for the moment, we're just going to survey and see what the parking lot looks like here. Couple of stragglers. Nothing, they're all slow. Looks like. Not discharging just yet. We are surrounded by corpses, so we're putting the bandana on the face. Hello, bandana on face, please. There we go. Interesting. We do still have some leftover M9 then. That's alright. We'll put that straight in the backpack. And these leftover M9 mags that are full, we'll put in the combat bag here. And we're weapons free. Okay. We are weapons free. So what we're going to do, just going to push this guy down and execute him with the hunting rifle. And I want to see what kind of hate that brings from inside of the hospital. Oh, it brought the poltergeist, it seems. Jeez Louise, look at that thing fly around. Alright, we've got a hole in the wall right here. I don't see anybody ganging up on the hole in the wall. In fact, I don't see anybody at all. Ah, there we go. She's coming from all the way over here. Yeah, this would be a good, yeah, we're going to go ahead and discharge a few times here. So you see me, see, that didn't kill him. Which is why I generally prefer to just push him down with this rifle. Maybe the scope would help. I don't know. I mean, we have some scopes. Left and right, left and right. Nope, nope, they're both still alive. Oh, it does look like there's a bit of a better range. Like about, I don't know, 6 tiles out, maybe? That was pretty good. What if I point blank them? That works. It's silly, but it works. Shouldn't have to resort to that. It's a hunting rifle. See, it didn't even kill her. Funny thing is, if I was playing the game that I have the most hours in on Steam right now, I would be using a bolt-action rifle. And I would be getting one-shots almost every single time. 2 shots at the most. Heroes and Generals was a lot of fun. I miss it. I forget what caliber a Carabiner 98 Kurz was. I don't recall it ever, well, if it did specify. Was it 762? Or was it one of those German calibers that was not standardized as well? They had a few of those, if I recall. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. I'm curious now. I gotta do is search for K98K. German bolt-action rifle. 762 by 50, sorry, 792 by 57 Mauser. So it's not 762. That I'm guessing that was an American standard. I'm not sure. 792 by 57 millimeter. Yeah, one of those obscure German calibers. Well, look at that. We are still getting some from inside the hospital. That's exactly what we wanted. We wanted to pull them out from inside of the hospital. Unfortunately, now they're coming at us from many different directions. That's no bueno. I would prefer... Yeah, 3 times damage on the head, right, Indy Stone? That doesn't really feel like 3 times damage to me. Maybe I'm just missing. Or is it hitting their hands? Okay, so if it's hitting their hands, and I have to shoot top down, does that mean my best chances are from this angle? No, she's still not dead. I don't know how to feel about any of that. See, that felt like a headshot. It really did. But I have no idea. Like, mechanically. There's not, like... I really wish there was just some sort of audio feedback. You know, if you only shot them in the arm, maybe give us, like, a dull thud of an impact for the bullet. And if we hit them in the head, give us, like, a meaty impact sound effect. Give us some feedback. That's what I want. See that? It felt like it should have been a headshot. It really did. But all he did was flinch as if we shot him in the shoulder. Same there. I don't like it. Yeah, and that's what it says. Like, we got the patch notes right here. 3... Ranged weapon damage can make use of specific body part damage modifiers. This brings ranged weapon blah 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 blah. Headshots will receive 3 times damage. Legs and arms get dealt far less. So I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe everything that I just read is true, but the aiming system is just so bad that despite what we're seeing, it's not actually being counted as a headshot. I guess that's the Hanlon's razor interpretation of the situation. That is the... It makes the least amount of assumptions, I think. I mean, okay, so the least amount of assumptions is that it's just not working. See, once again, not dead. Looks like a headshot. Who's still alive over here? I hear noises. Somebody in this pile is still alive. Ah, all the way over here. It's an officer. Yes, that was a police officer, but no weapons on her. Oh well. So, this building right here is like a connected, sort of like I'm guessing it's probably like a specialist offices. Inova has a bunch of those that are like stapled onto the main hospital. I don't know how well we've cleared it, though. In fact, I have no idea. Step van right there. Step van and a... okay, so... I don't see any more zombies yet. I have the feeling there's probably a number of them still inside there, because I have not been as thorough about trying to remove them from the first floor of that building. At the moment, what I'm doing is harvesting a couple of windshields. The windshield of my ambulance is not pretty right now, so I'm going to take a couple of windshields from the local heavy-duty vehicles. Oh yeah, this one's 87%. Pretty. Always check your local heavy-duty vehicles' trunks, too. I think this trunk right here could have some neat stuff in it, never know. Neat is a bit of a strong word, but sacks and sacks of gravel, yeah, sure. Please, I will take those gladly, because I'm doing construction. I'm doing construction. Oh, these are sacks of, wheat sheaths. Nothing I really care about in there. Are there any vehicle parts that I care about in here? Another 86% windshields. Yes, please. Absolutely. Okay. There's several replacement windshields for my vehicles. I'm going to go ahead and get out my military backpack to carry all this crap. Alright, we're still a little over-encumbered, but that's okay. I'm going to try to thresh these wheat sheaths while I drive, if I can. Nothing particularly compelling back there. That is the sound of a zombie hitting a window, most likely an upstairs window. Oh, look at that, a generator magazine. A whole-ass tank of propane. Hell yeah. I don't care about anything else back there. Okay, we're out of here. The zombies hitting that second floor window. I'm sure they will break it and then fall out of it. And some of them will probably become ragdolls. There's one zombie right there. I will probably want to drop some stuff before I fight him, because I am super over-encumbered. Whenever you are super over-encumbered, you are extremely vulnerable. Drop that. There we go. Drop the sack. Right this way, sir. I think you also do more damage with blunt weapons when you're over-encumbered. Not that that felt like I was doing any more damage. It felt pretty normal. Do I really need this sack full of wheat? No. I picked it up, though, and I do want to empty it out so that I can get another empty sack for more gravel work later on. Okay, look at this. We've got a flying ragdoll. Remember, with the flying ragdolls, the broken flying ragdolls, their shadow shows their true location. So that shadow right there, that looks almost stable enough to kill. I'm going to kill it if I can. I'll toss the sack in the trunk here. Grab my knife or my hammer. Where'd it go? It was up here. Now it's gone. Okay. I didn't really want to kill it anyway. Saw an opportunity. Tried to take it. Didn't take it. Now, the last thing I ever want to do is run into it with the ambulance. So hopefully it doesn't suddenly appear behind me. Oh, I never turned on the music. Let me fix that really quick. We were listening to our combat music earlier, and then we stepped away. Forgot to turn it back on. Alright, 22:30 is our bedtime. Back up, we back up, we back up, cut the engine, go to sleep. I will go ahead and leave this bag right here for now. Come back and deal with it as an overnight activity. Our weight gain project was right on the money. We're at 84.2 kilo, and now we're in weight loss. And we never hit the ceiling of 85 kilo, so we're doing great with weight. Let's get rid of the stuff we don't need here. So another bunch of batteries here. We can box these back up. I don't remember exactly where I got another battery from, but cool. $12 batteries pack into this box. Duct tape, rope can go in here. And got a little bit of gravel here. I suppose I can I'll go ahead and dump this right here to even up this road. I don't like the seams. Remaining sacks of gravel can go in here. The empty sacks can go in the back full of sacks here. Everything else in my backpack is slated to get moved up to the forge area. So we'll go ahead and do that, then we'll come back down here and... Oh, we need, if we're going to go to the forge area, we need some charcoal. So, order of operations. Let's get our windshield put back in really quick here. Break the busted one. Look at that. We got a pretty ambulance once again. No more of that broken windshield bullshit. I was done with that the moment I saw it. Alright, broken glass. Just put that somewhere out of the way. Wait a minute. Okay, what's going on here? So this chair root used to give minus 10 stress. It no longer gives minus 10 stress. Is that because we're not a smoker? Hang on a second. If we do a search in the patch notes for smoke, smoke is only mentioned twice, and none of it has to do with changing stress strain from smoking. Well, we don't have any stress right now, so we wouldn't be able to test that. But I would like to test that when I get a chance. Because, I mean, okay, so now that I understand that being at stress 100 negatively impacts my aim, and there's still the silly situation of zombies pounding fences in large numbers, immediately setting your stress to 100. I'm unironically considering, even though I'm not a smoker, I'm unironically considering carrying around some smokes, because that would be a very easy way to get rid of my stress out in the field. But we don't have the action economy to think about that at the immediate moment. We need to get some charcoal put together. So I'm going to go ahead and take the propane tank out of this. I'm going to put the windshields in the vehicle parts locker over here. Okay, that doesn't... Oh, right. Of course that wouldn't fit. Of course that wouldn't fit. I think we have enough... Yeah, we have enough vehicle repair tools here to go ahead and put a full set. I like to do this whenever I have parking lot with vehicles in it. I put a tire pump, a jack, and a tire iron all together. That is all the things I need to repair a vehicle, because I always carry around a wrench with me. This propane tank being full, I've already got like 3 propane tanks down at the other area, so I'm going to leave this one here for now. And everything else I currently have on my person can stay with me as we go up to the crafting area, do a visit up there. I was supposed to do some charcoal before coming up here. Oops. Whatever. Too late. The steel goes on the floor for now. I don't really have a good place to put it just yet. Small handle goes on the table. I think I've already got a club hammer over here. I don't have a club hammer over here. What fortune betwixt this? Now we have a club hammer over here. There's probably one in the toolbox over here. Okay. We are going back now. We don't have enough time left in the night to do a full load of 9mm. I'm just gonna wash myself up and get back to sleep, and we start tomorrow with a fresh perspective on things. So I'm gonna carry around. Oh, you know what? I wish there was a pill of some kind that you could take that would remove your stress. Beta blockers reduces panic. Antidepressants reduces sadness. But I don't think there's anything that gets rid of stress straight up. That's just tobacco. That's actually part of the reason that I would like put tobacco in my in with my medical supplies initially, before that became untenable. Oh, 5 rags. I think that's enough to repair the medical scrubs. We'll do that tomorrow morning. We are hungry and we're out of prepared food. We're just going to straight up eat some kale. And hit the sack. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we are having a nightmare randomly. We're in the southwest corner of Louisville, kind of edging our way in. Actually, the nightmare is a perfect opportunity. We're going to test to see if this smoking this cheroot gets rid of some stress. We are currently at stress like 49. The way it used to be, this should remove 10 stress. At least 10. So let's smoke this and see what happens. I don't know what a cheroot actually is. Like what differentiates it from a cigar. I guess it's, I'm guessing it's smaller, but I've seen mini cigars. Okay. Smoking no longer does anything for people who don't have the smoker trait, I guess. I mean, that's stupid. That's really stupid. Nicotine has a calming effect, and that would not change if you've never touched it before. Otherwise, how would people get addicted? That's stupid. That can't be intended. In fact, because it was not in the patch notes, I'm going to report it as a bug. Yeah, sorry guys. We're taking a quick moment to report a bug here. Let's do a search in the bug report form for smoking, or just smoke. Most recent report is, oh come on, sort by time please, there we go. Most recent report that contains the word smoke is 42.10. That was a while ago. Smoking, maybe? Yeah. No, okay. I mean, okay, so it makes sense because I don't think very many people would ever take smoker in build 42. The number of people who are willing to put up with it in its current form is probably so low that there's probably like nobody is paying attention to it right now. But in any case, let's do a new post. What is the current rev? 31663. Hang on a second. Let me make sure I'm not talking shit here. We've only tested a cheroot. Is there anything else that I can smoke to test that? I've not really been looking. I've not been picking up cigarettes from anybody. Tell you what. Before we post that bug report, let's just mosey down to the gas station because we need to head there anyway. Yeah, let's take a look at the gas station, see if there are any cigarettes there to test, but also, more importantly, get some gas. I'm going to do a refueling run on my generators before we do that. They could probably also use some electrical parts. So I've got a total of 4 generators. For anybody watching, if you are not familiar with my base strategy, I have separate generators for all of my major appliances. In this case, I have 4 different generators because I have 3 of the generators are each powering just a double freezer, and then the 4th is powering my fridge and my main appliances in the garage there. To be entirely honest, we are only putting like 1.5 liters in. Yeah, like 1.5 liters in each of these. We hardly need to do this, but if I'm going to be going to the gas station, I don't know when I'm going to go to it next, so I'd prefer to just top everything off first. Like, for example, this generator right here is powering this freezer right here. And this freezer up here is powered by this generator all the way up here. Hey, Possum. I don't have any big complaints. Actually, so I just noticed a really weird thing that I don't think was intended. Smoking no longer reduces stress. I don't know if that's because I'm a non-smoker, but because I did not see the word smoke anywhere in the patch notes, I'm assuming it's a bug. So I was going to post that as a bug report. But other than that, I mean, you know, it's hardly that big of a deal. I mean, me, a non-smoker who needs to worry about stress that much. At the moment, we are getting our generators refilled, and then we're going to siphon some gas out of this vehicle because we're about to take this vehicle down to the gas station to fill it all the way up. As our immediate goals. Oh, we also had a nightmare, so I need to go back to sleep if I can. I would say overall, probably the best part about this update, amazing part about it, well, I mean amazing, the devs fixed shotgun multi-hit, so shotguns can actually hit multiple zombies at once now. Okay, that is a new sound of somebody screaming in the distance. Not that it's particularly compelling or noteworthy, but... Well, yes, okay, so what I'm thinking about in terms of stress relief is something that I can do easily in combat. Having the slow reader trait, it's not the best idea to try to read something in the middle of combat. Now, the reason I'm thinking about stress in combat, multiple factors to that. I noticed that stress reduces your accuracy with firearms. The crosshair does not contract anywhere near as much, especially if you go straight to Tier 4 stress. And unfortunately, the problem of zombies in large groups smacking fences, every single smack of the fence adds 1 stress. So if there's a lot of zombies smacking a fence, your stress goes straight to 100. Which means a lot of zombies smacking fences means your aim just drops into the gutter. As silly as that sounds, the best counter we have for it in the current moment is something that can quickly reduce stress, which is why I was hoping that cigarettes would work, but we just smoked a cheroot and nothing happened. Our stress did not go down at all. So what I'm doing as we go to the gas station here to refill our ambulance, I'm also going to take a look around for some cigarettes and see if it is just a problem with the cheroot specifically, or if it is just all smokables are broken right now. I would hope that's not the case, but got to find out. So we are headed down to the, actually, forgot to get this out of the trunk. This is just a sack full of grain that I need to thresh. And I swear at some point I'm going to fix these medical scrubs. Leave the rags there for that. Yeah, I know, right? And the funniest thing about that is there's a medication you can take to deal with the panic, but there's nothing you can do against stress. There is no countermeasure to that. If stress goes up, stress goes up. Now, of course, you kill a zombie, -2 stress. So, you can get rid of stress that way, but I think that only works with melee, I think. Before I forget about it, I'm going to pick up this axe I left on the floor. That belongs in my field kit. This is the hospital right here. We have been slowly emptying the building by getting close to it, discharging the firearm, stepping away, and letting the hordes of hell spill out from within. The other night, we actually drank some coffee and fought for like more than half of the night. Just kind of falling back, attacking, falling back, attacking, all the way up here. And in doing so, we actually cleared this area, initially at least. I'm sure there's still some on the upper floors of these buildings, but if we don't get too close to them, I don't think they'll spawn in. So this road right here will get us down to the gas station, I believe. And I do believe the gas station is far enough away from those buildings. The generator won't bother it. Okay, we do have some spawns down there. Now, the devs actually stated at the top of the update patch notes that there is something going on with refueling, as in like your character gets animation locked and you can't just start running or start walking. You have to like cancel it with escape or sprint. We're going to figure that out in a safe context. All the local zombies killed before I even bother with that. Get out of that freaking tree, dude. Come on. There we go. Okay. If I turn on the generator now, I don't see anybody immediately that would get attracted by it. We're just going to turn on the generator and then we're going to experiment a little bit. Because we want to be able to... Now remember, refueling is an activity that can leave you vulnerable. Especially if you're somebody who likes to rely on sound. Which that is very much me. It's that big old annoying sound right there can drown out certain zombie sounds. Okay, now, look at this. I'm starting to walk, but my character has not stopped refueling. What if I run? Okay, running still works fine. So I just need to remember to run instead of walking, and I'll be fine. They did make point to note that, you can just hit escape, and that'll work. I think I do reflexively run instead of walk if I hear a zombie approaching while I'm refueling, so good to know. We can fast forward a little bit while we're doing this now. And since we topped off all the generators, that is all the refueling I need to do now. So we are now going to look for a cigarette somewhere in here. I'm sure we can find one. Just a single cigarette. Cigarette pack. Okay, I'm going to try smoking one. My stress is currently at 5 out of 100. My stress went up. Okay, I don't think that's a bug. I think that's a feature. Now, did that happen because we coughed? I think that probably happened because we coughed. Okay. So, look at the cigarette now. It says stress. There's a little green marker there. So I'm gonna. Okay. So what happened is I tried to smoke it directly from the pack, and it didn't work. But now, what if I smoke just the cigarette by itself? I got sick. I don't know if the stress changed. I wasn't actually paying attention. I'm a doofus. But yeah, no, this is. I think I got sick again, so I think that like I don't really know what's going on there. I mean, of course, yeah, sure, maybe it went stale, but it doesn't say that. Like there's no little parentheses that says stale. If cigarettes do, there's a freshness to tobacco, right? I mean, I smoke pipe tobacco IRL every like once or twice a month, and you can taste the difference in the smoke between a something that has dried a little too much because you left it out a little too long, versus something that is still a little bit, I don't want to call it wet, like ever so slightly damp. Um, that produces a nicer, smoother smoke. Um, it's not that big of a difference, though. I mean, like it doesn't change the fact that you get the buzz. Like that's smokers smoke for the buzz. That's what they do. Um, Even I, as like the most amateur smoker ever, knows that you do it for the buzz, and the buzz happens regardless of how smooth the smoke is. So it's like, anyway, yeah, I think I'm gonna report that as a bug. I think. I'm gonna put a question mark. Smoking no longer reduces stress? Question mark. Um, in fact, I'm gonna put. Well, no. I'm just gonna leave that as is. I'm just gonna say I did not notice anything about this in the patch notes. Insofar as changes to stress reduction. Well, actually, all right, so I got to do my due diligence. I'm going to do a search in the patch notes here for. I already tried smoke. Doesn't look like anything changed. I'm going to try stress. Fix being able to infinitely reread magazine recipes for stress and boredom reduction without the cooldown periods. Okay, that has nothing to do with cigarettes. Fixed food items, not saving or loading stress bonus. This is not a food item, so I've never seen a food item that reduces stress. I don't know if I'm going insane. I've never seen a food item reduce stress. But okay. Inventory items that provide endurance, fatigue, or stress modifiers will be consumed. When consumed, will use colored bars and not numerals in the item tooltip. Okay, so as annoying as that is, they're intentionally obfuscating more numbers from us because that's who the Indie Stone are. Remember, this stat bar that I'm using is not a part of their vision. This is my vision for the game, is to know what your character is currently like. If you want the immersion of not having any numbers at all, no stat bar, why the fuck is my weight available and visible to me? Why is my weight visible to me without a scale, Indie Stone? What's going on there? You want numbers? I'm sorry, you don't want numbers? You want this game to be total immersion? Get rid of the numbers then. Stop this half-assed bullshit. That's my maybe. Yeah, maybe. I could see that. I could see that possum chewing tobacco. Hang on a second. Okay, so stress comes up 4 times, and we've checked through all 4. But okay, so it is not in the patch notes that I can see at all anywhere. Not that it should particularly matter that I don't have the smoker trait. The becalming effect of nicotine is not limited to habitual smokers. I have tested... And you know what? I can't stop myself. I can't stop myself. I'm gonna throw shade. It's still impossible to grow tobacco. You know what? Sorry. Let me double check this. We're doing our due diligence here. Discovered recipes in media, agriculture, all the way down to the T's, tobacco. Planting season: March, April, May, June, July. Average time to grow: 180 days. 180 divided by 30 is 6. There's only 5 months that it can grow in. They've not fixed it. I reported this back in May. They fucking ignored my bug report. They're probably going to ignore this one too. I mean, like, I'm not even going to be mean at all here. Like, I was a little bit mean in the bug report that I put in about the tobacco. I was like, okay, come on, guys, you can do better than this. I shouldn't have said that. But the meanest I'm going to be in this bug report is I'm just going to say it's still impossible to grow tobacco. So I'm unable to test pipe tobacco. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know the physics of what temperature you need to grow it in. But yeah, if it doesn't grow right in Kentucky, then I mean, greenhouses would be an amazing thing for this game. It really would be. I'd build a greenhouse in a heartbeat if it you know there was actually a mechanic to be served by it. Okay, you know what? Both times I tested cigarettes. Both times I tested cigarettes, I got sick, and my stress went up. Um, I need to get a little bit of stress right now to test this. I want to test it a couple more times before I submit this bug report because I want to be, do my due diligence. I want to be sure of this. I'm getting really hungry and I didn't bring any food with me because I'm a doofus. Let's go ahead and take a quick peek for any food in here that's actually edible. Peanuts. Juice box. Hello, juice box, please. Okay, drinking juice boxes off the ground doesn't work. Oh, that's actually throwing an error. Okay. Neat. Did we just find another bug? Possibly. Shut up some of the hunger, I guess. Vintage Story. Is that on Steam? That is sounds like a visual novel. Could be wrong though. Just going by the title. Yeah, nothing else on the floor in here. Oh, you know what? I'll take some of these steel sheets and doorknobs. Why not? Okay. Gas station is pretty much taken for all it's worth. I'm going to go ahead and cross it out on the map, actually. There's the funny thing. Now that I need stress to test something, I don't have any. It should be pretty easy if I drive down the highway on the way back, because the highway has big, long fenced areas. Hopefully we'll have a single zombie smacking the fence somewhere. In the meantime, Let's give these guys a knock on the noggin. Is that a nightstick, or is she just happy to see me? That is, in fact, a nightstick. Thank you, ma'am. Minecraft crossed with Zomboid's realism. Interesting. I wonder if they didn't go on Steam because they are not interested in the whole developer, or I'm sorry, the 30% cut that Steam takes. I would have mad respect if that was the case. It's really hard to say no to the exposure that you get on Steam. But if you can, you're getting a lot more money. Of course, we see some zombies here, but they're all on the wrong side of the fence. Oh, you know what? I'll just do this. I'm just going to hop in the van and toot the horn a couple times. That will bring anybody who's down here in this area to the south of us. That'll bring them moseying on up towards the fence. Maybe even hitting it and giving us some stress that we can see if we can get rid of with the cigarettes. I mean, after all, this is exactly how we should be getting rid of the stress. By smoking it in the middle of combat. To be entirely honest, if I was in a zombie apocalypse and I was successfully able to get a whole bunch of tobacco, yeah, I'd probably smoke it in the middle of fighting. I'd probably have a pipe in my mouth while I was killing zombies. Because, man, the stress of being in a zombie apocalypse would absolutely turn me into a habitual smoker. Alright, let's let her smack the fence 5 or 6 times, maybe. There we go. Headshots are 3 times the damage, they say. It doesn't feel like 3 times the damage. Not a bad use of 223 as long as it works. Not that it's working. Okay, we're getting some on our 6. We're backing up. Three times the damage, ladies and gentlemen. Aiming level 8. Whatever. We've got some stress built up. We're just gonna have a bite of chips really quick. And we are out of range of those fence smackers. And let's see if we can get rid of some of this stress. Oops, don't add it to a pack, please. Smoke it. Alright, our stress is 44 out of 100. Nothing happened to our stress, but our sickness went up. I don't know if that means that the smoking failed. I don't know what that means. I'm going to try one more time here. Taking a cigarette out of the pack and smoking it. Okay, our sickness went up and our stress did not go down. So I can say almost 100% certainty that stress reduction from cigarette smoking is completely broken. I don't know if that means that you have to be a smoker now. I'm just going to include that in my bug report. I'm not going to go make a new... I'm not going to make a new, new character just to test that. So, you know what? While I actually have to briefly do something here. I'm going to read a comic book to get rid of some of that stress. And give me about, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes here, and I will be, I just have to tab to my other computer really quick to deal with something that just came up. I also need my phone, which my phone is actually my secondary camera there. Okay. Alright. What is today? Today is, wow, it's the 30th already. No wonder I'm being bugged about that. Okay. That's... Oh, hello. I did not notice those guys to the right there. Where did these guys come from? Why were they migrating north? That doesn't make any sense. There weren't any sounds that I heard. Oh, yeah? Yeah, this, my setup right now is... Yeah, it's interesting. Oh, you know what? I did find, I recently found one of the videos that I took when I was first building it. Like, not even when I lived in this apartment, but, when I used to live, at a different house, and I built this in a workshop. Yeah, give me just a moment, too. I'm guessing that some of those zombies might have, been in the forest there and then followed our van up. I mean, if that's the case, it took them a while to reach us. I don't think I left the generator running. If I left the generator running, that would explain everything. No, it's off. I do not know what is bringing these guys to the north. I'm just gonna have to chalk that up to unknown zombie behavior. That guy was wearing magazine body armor. Cool. Okay. Finished sorting out the sheet there. Something I was supposed to be doing constantly, but I forgot about. So that, and that. I work on a salary, so I don't always remember to do my time sheet promptly. Bit of a doofus on my part. Yeah, maybe that was it. It's weird. Sometimes sometimes it looks like the zombies don't even react to the meta event noises. But I'm guessing that was exactly what those guys were reacting to. Okay, got that sorted out. Yeah, I gotta respond to this. My PM was emailing me about that. My program manager. I have 8 bosses, Bob. God bless it. What was that error? I just got an error. Okay, saved and signed. Whenever your PM messages you, you gotta be... Okay, looking good. Am I hearing, no. Oh, look at that, look at that. There's a zombie right there. Okay. I should have known that there would be one right behind me while I'm trying to tab out and do something really quick. Okay. All done with the side tasks there. Okay. We are now... Look at this. I do not understand these movements. This is not making any sense to me, but I do want this gas station clear, so... That's what we're doing in the immediate moment here. We're cleaning up this gas station. And look at that. We got a magazine. I think I hear somebody else breathing. Okay, have a good one, Possum. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll do a separate video on my setup here. For anybody else watching, if you are interested, I've got a little video here. Right? Or is it a... Ah, okay, here it is. So this right here, I call it the exodesk. This is what I'm sitting in front of right now. This thing that you're looking at in this video. Basically, this is a it's exactly what it looks like. It's like a wooden it's like a wooden rectangle on wheels. The wheels are actually, I didn't really need those, but they're there if I need to move it. And the monitor that you're looking at in front of me here, this monitor, is mounted on the ceiling of the exodesk here, and the chair that I'm sitting in is in between this. So like this, you can think of it as like an add-on to a recliner. That's kind of what I built it as. My keyboard here and my mouse over here is basically just attached to these little I don't even know what to call them. Just call them braces. Yeah, these little braces here is where my my mouse and keyboard are attached to. It's also basically where everything is attached, like this. Shit, I was not sitting in the van. That's no good. Let's sit in the van if we're gonna do this. For some reason, zombies seem to want to move north right now, so it's best to stay in the van. Anyway, yeah, my monitors are all attached to this somehow. So are my speakers, my surround sound speakers. Yeah, even the monitors over here are all attached to this exodesk apparatus. It's just basically a... Okay, so if you wanted to have like a recliner with a bunch of screens in front of it, you could pay a couple $1,000 and get one of those purpose-built things that's got the little VESA mounts put in there. They're made out of stainless steel. Or you could spend about, $100 on lumber at Home Depot and just put one together yourself. I'm a very strong advocate of the DIY here. And I've mentioned this a few times in the past. I used screws to build this, not nails, which is why I'm very much looking forward to the day that Zomboid lets us build things with nails, or I'm sorry, screws instead of nails. Someday. Today is not that day. So we are going back to base with a full tank of gas and a confidence of 100% that smoking no longer reduces stress for non-smokers. I would prefer to have a clean road here. In fact, I would prefer it so much that I'm going to get these corpses out of the way. I haven't actually tried dragging corpses yet. There was a change with that. Doesn't feel all that different. I should probably try dragging it and then ending it without doing the push. I do the push because I think it's a faster cancel. Oh yeah, the push is 100% faster. So if you need to stop pulling a corpse quickly, just hit the space bar and push. Okay, that's a drivable path. That's good enough for me. Give us a little more real estate. To be entirely honest, most of these corpses, I just need to rotate them. There we go. Much better. And while I'm here, I'll pick up a couple of leather jackets, rip them apart for improving my protection levels. Medical t-shirt. Huh. Oh. Interesting. Ooh, okay, hang on a second. No, wait. This is torso, upper and lower, back, left and right upper arm. I think that's the same coverage as the bandeau. No, holy crap, the bandeau is... Okay. Okay, so if we were to take this, we would have lower scratch protection on the upper chest, but we would have greater coverage to put leather strips on. It's a little hard to articulate exactly what I'm talking about. I will demonstrate to you guys momentarily when we get back to base here. Oh, look at that, we're back at base here. Have a quick bite to eat. We have been underfed today. We have not... Oh, look at that. There's a couple of zombies right over here. I think I need a couple more rags to get this... my right-click menu doesn't have rip clothing anymore. I can no longer rip clothing from a zombie corpse. Okay, forgive me, guys. I need to check and see if this is in the patch notes, because if it's not, that's a quality of life problem for me. Okay, corpses, as mentioned 11 times in the patch notes. Most of it probably... Okay, so first mention is storing corpses in seats, throwing corpses on campfires, animal corpses, getting corpse out of a container, dragging corpses, sound effects, corpses of animals, kill in inventory, walk to action, not working while driving corpses, time of death, animal corpses, burning corpses from destroying held items. Okay, so the problem that I'm observing right now is this zombie in front of me is wearing a hoodie and a tank top and pants. I should be able to rip any of that. I can't. The crafting menu is not accessing anything on the zombie's corpse. That is a notable quality of life problem that is probably intentional. So if I take it off of the zombie's corpse, right-click it in my inventory, now I can rip it. Okay. This is probably an intentional change that just didn't make it in the patch notes. I don't know how I feel about that. It makes sense, but I hate it. It's going to make leveling tailoring more tedious. That is so annoying, Marlando. I really wish they hadn't done that. I mean, oh, I know why they did it. They don't want it to be too easy to level tailoring. Being able to access zombie corpses as inventories, that makes leveling tailoring a lot easier by using my strategies. But nope. Nope. Can't have nice things. Ever. So there's minus a few points for this patch. But whatever. On the whole, it seems alright for now. We are washing clothing. All of our clothing. Washing our weapons. Washing our containers, and then ourselves. A couple things I forgot to take out of the backpack to wash. Alright, now I rip up the t-shirt. And of course, even though the t-shirt was clean, it got us a bunch of dirty rags, because of course it did. Whatever. Let us... have another dirty rag somewhere. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, disinfect. That means sterilizing. Not interested in that right now. Okay. Let's fix up this medical t-shirt. First time I've ever seen this. Oh, I don't have the... Let's turn this off. The parts that I need are in the van. You know what? The hoodie is in here, too. The stuff that I picked up that I need to dump over at the crafting area over here. Picked up a whole bunch of doorknobs and door hinges. When we eventually fill out our base over here, we'll need those. Steel sheets for metalworking over here. Well, that only got us a couple of leather strips. Sad. Alright, we should now be able to fix these shirts. So medical t-shirt, patched up. The insulation and wind resistance is really low, so it's a kind of a summer thing. But I don't expect to need to get too much insulation from this layer during winter. So that's okay. Hello, Hassan. Yes, we are still in Louisville. This is the southwest corner of Louisville. Take a quick peek at the map so you guys can see what I mean. This is our base, the B here in the river. And this is Louisville. Okay, we have fixed the scrubs and t-shirt. So now we just need to put leather strips on them. That is going to be a hot minute. We've got 6. That's enough to do one of these. Okay, now if I were to wear the scrubs, that would cover the same slot as my formal shirt, which has the same coverage, but is not patched. I don't know why that's not patched. Oh, because it would look ugly. That's why. Okay, put that away. I don't know if I'll wear this denim bandeau again, given that. But in any case, we are done over here for now. I'm going to put this rag back, because I'm done with that. And then we are going to go to sleep. Yeah. Maybe grab another one of these threads. Tomorrow I'm probably going to need to go hunting leather strips from zombies. Because we only have 6. That's only going to be enough for one of these articles of clothing. A little late getting to bed, but that's okay. As a overnight activity, we are going to need to a couple things we could do. Finding leather strips would be a pertinent task, but we also need to cook food. It's a little lazy. I'm just straight up eating this kale. It works, but it's not helping me get rid of the potatoes, which is something I need to do. The potatoes are already stale. They're not going to last too much longer. So there's 5 kale in the fridge, and I got 5 frying pans. So that is 5 stir fries with 2 servings of kale each. And 2 helpings of potatoes each. Look at that. I finally used up the leftover potato bunch. So that means all of these potatoes are either negligible or half capacity. Do I have any other food containers here? I don't think I do. I'm not currently in a position where I really need the grill pan here, so I'm going to take that one. Okay, so now all 5 of my stir fries contain two full units of kale and 1 half potato. So I'll put a full potato in each of them now. These will probably come out to the mid-40s in terms of hunger reduction. Hopefully. Let's get those cooking up. While those are cooking, put away the clothing items that I don't need. I'm going to keep some magazines as I find them. I'll start keeping them in my van, since I can't smoke for stress reduction, so magazines are probably my best bet. Alright, just about done. Let's see, do these come out to be 44 apiece? Yep. Let's give all these guys a name of 40 Fry. I shall take 2 with me, leave the rest in the fridge. Sewing materials into my backpack for the moment. Actually, no, I can go ahead and sew up one of these 2 clothing items. Let's start with the t-shirt, because that I can actually pad all the way up. Okay, so the medical t-shirt has replaced my denim bandeau. That has increased our entire upper body. So upper and lower torso, left and right upper arm, left and right forearm are all up to 90% bite and 100% scratch. That is fantastic. And as soon as we get enough leather strips to finish out the top here, we will we'll be up to 100%. We will be up to 100% bite protection on our entire upper body. I've never been that well protected with just, you know, clothing as opposed to full-on armor. But in any case, it is now 4 a.m. Hitting the sack. Now, I do have a couple of leather jackets laying on the bed here. Those are... I think at least one of them is special. The other one is not. Like, one of them is just a regular. The other is like Wild Raccoons. The regular one, I'm going to go ahead and rip up. It's fine. There are many, many, many more of the regular leather jackets. And I need strips right now, so... Oh yeah, that got me plenty. It is cheaper in terms of water to use the crafting menu to clean leather strips as opposed to using the just the sink. Okay. Medical scrubs. Inspect. Right click, add padding to all using leather strips. Look at that. Let's check our protection levels. Ladies and gentlemen, 100% bite and scratch on the forearm, upper and lower torso. So our entire upper body is zombie-proof for, you know, the first hit. Which, you know, mistake forgiveness. That's what armor is about, mistake forgiveness. But this costs us almost nothing in terms of discomfort and combat speed. Combat speed, we are taking a slight hit from the military jacket. Also run speed. So the military jacket is... That's actually what's bringing us up to 100% here. And it is slightly reducing our run speed and combat speed. But I've been fighting with that for so long that I don't even think about it. Now our lower body could use some work. I don't usually put leather strips on my lower body because it looks so ugly. So that's fine. I'm just gonna leave it as is. The layers on our lower body include the knee pads, long johns, and leather pants. The long johns are fully patched up. The leather pants are... Yeah. Oh, also there's the, whatchamacallit, the socks. We're wearing socks, and that gives us leather strips on the shin level. It'd be cool if this game had, like, thigh highs. Because thigh highs I could put leather strips on as well. And that would give me leather strips all the way up for the upper and lower legs. But that's okay. I can live without the game having thigh highs. I mean, it actually has thigh highs, like it has stockings. But I'm talking about thigh-high socks. Socks are different from stockings. They're thicker. Thicker stock. You could probably sew some leather strips onto that. But in any case, we are done with all of the sewing activities now. You can put away the needle and leather strips and thread. And we're getting back out there after that. Took us a little bit, but, well, of course, now we've got fog. That's not going to stop us. It's just going to annoy us. That's Zomboid for you right there. Alright, sewing materials back in here. Nothing needs a sharpen. Oh, my weapons, actually. You know, my sword is down to half capacity. Let's go ahead and rebuild it. Same with my block mace, actually. Do I need... Yeah, I'm completely out of charcoal. So we're gonna... Yeah, I mean, you know, we got fog, so we're just gonna do a little bit of charcoal burning and forge work. Start the morning out here. Oh, closing the menu cancels the craft. Annoying. Left this firefighter axe right here. This is what I was using for wood cutting. These trees surrounding my my shed here are a bit imposing. Be glad to be rid of them. The more visibility I have to make sure there aren't zombies coming up behind me, the better. Okay, that's me. That's me exhaling. Thought I heard a zombie for a second there. We're going to have a sit down and rest for a bit. Okay, that is enough logs for quite a bit of charcoal. Fill these garbage bags up, and we'll move the whole garbage bags up to the burning area. A little bit tedious, but it'll work. I don't want to say for sure that the fog is thinning up, but if it does thin up by noon, then it's about to start thinning up, which would be great. And we've got enough charcoal on the floor back there for one more full garbage bag of it. So it's 3 garbage bags of charcoal. That should last us. It'll last us for a period of time. I need to get used to that sound. The sound of suddenly coming to a stop with a vehicle like the ambulance. There's a little brake sound now. Like that. That is an interesting sound. Just gotta file it away in my sound bank and my internal brain here, so it doesn't freak me out. Okay. Bunch of charcoal prepped. We are gonna break down our sword and block maul. The block mace counts as a bladed item. Okay, whatever you say, game. Wait a minute, hold on a second. It does not. The block mace is actually a tool that I was using to dismantle that. That's fascinating. Oh, the block mace can't be dismantled. It's not like a typical weapon. I completely forgot that the block mace is made with welding. So what does that mean? That means we need to smelt the whole block mace, I think. But that will smelt it into iron, won't it? Wow. I can't do anything with this. This block mace is useless. Okay. Or is it because it's equipped? Let's remove it from the belt and try that one more time. Yeah, there's no way to break down this block mace. That's unfortunate, but whatever. I'll just keep using it until it breaks. But then I would like to have a replacement ready for it. Block mace is... What do I need to do? I need to pierce a steel chunk, and then use welding to build it. Pierce a steel chunk. Then I go over here to my welding station. I need a... Oh, I did a chunk instead of a... Okay, oops. That was a big oof. I need to forge a block. Okay, I'm going to do iron instead of steel for this one. I'm going to do iron instead of steel. Because I have a lot of iron right now. Forge scrap into chunk. We're going to go ahead and do that 4 times. So 4 of these iron scraps that we got from ripping vehicles apart, we're turning those into chunks. And now we are turning those 4 chunks into a block. And then we are piercing that block. But we need a metalworking punch, and okay, there it is. Weren't in range of it. Okay, we got a pierced iron block now. Now we just need a steel rod half. We should have a steel rod right on the ground right here. And I saw this rod in half. No. Oh, okay. Saw bar. So we the recipe for saw bar applies to rods. So I saw that steel rod into half. I leave one behind here. The other one. There we go. We can now make a block bludgeon. Now this time we're using an iron block and a rag. Last time we used a steel block and a leather strip. I don't know if that's going to impact the quality of the weapon. But we can, once we make it here, we can compare it. Hello, where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, the damage is the same. The damage is the same. So what we do then is we equip the block maul that's about to break, and we put the new one on our belt. So as soon as this one breaks, we just drop it, get rid of it. And we are pretty hungry, so we're going to go ahead and eat this whole fry here. Get a refill on water. And then we are deploying. The fog did not lift, so we're going to have fog probably for the rest of the day. That's whatever. Was I going to redo my sword? I was thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. No, I'm going to keep using it for now. I mean, we need to use up this block maul, so we don't even really need to worry about the sword for the moment. Alright, now we're just going to patrol for the moment. I'm just going to patrol the area before we mosey back towards the hospital. Okay, that feels good. We are using a vehicle with a very loud muffler, so if there are zombies, you know, within mosey distance of the road, this driving back and forth would pull them out. That said, I do not want to start the sirens or anything, because that would probably pull people out of the hospital area here. I would much prefer to fight them inside the hospital area as opposed to outside of it. Hello. Completely went over my head that those guys are there. We've still got the flying paninis here. Okay, we've got a pendulum Pam here. Let's take a swing for it. Let's take a swing for it. Remember, the shadow reveals their true location. Got him. It's like playing one of those carnival games. That's funny. I mean, the ragdoll doesn't stop moving around just because it's dead. But I like to believe that because now that it's dead, it will eventually go away. It probably wouldn't have gone away while it was alive. We're not we're not armoring up yet. Because I don't know exactly I don't know exactly where the big groups are right now. I kind of want to probe the exterior of this stapled on building here. In fact, let's just do a perimeter check around the entire hospital. We can hardly do worse than that. We've got, oh, rats of different colors. Isn't that cute? There's a white rat running away there. Checking the trunks of my local heavy-duty vehicles. Never occurred to me to do that while the billion zombies were in this parking lot, but it is somewhat less than a billion now. Ooh, look at that. That's pretty. Visually pretty. Functionally garbage. It is the 6-seater. The 6-seaters are terrible in terms of their well, everything, pretty much. Decent parts on it. Well, somewhat decent parts. If I was in the market for windshields, I would take it. But I don't have a lot of storage space at the moment, so I'm going to hold off until I can bring the vehicle around. Yes, look at this. This is a white male rat. That's new. I do not recall seeing white male rats or white rats of any type before. Alright, what have we got up here? We got another, we're going to call this one Scintillating Samuel. Or maybe Quantum Quincy. Because it looks like they're simultaneously occupying two spaces at once. Got him. Remember, shadows reveal their true location. Okay, now the hospital, I don't want to say it looks clear, but we're not seeing massive swarms directly inside now. What does that mean? That doesn't mean very much at all. There could still be massive groups, most likely on the second and third floors. Is that the same one? Is that Quantum Quincy here? I think it's the same one. Yeah. Whatever. Ooh, MRI room. Doors are actually intact. That's kind of cool. I think I hear some mouth breathing. It's very quiet, though. Okay, so, something about stairways. You can't see up to the top of them. You can use the new aiming system to do something interesting, though. I can't see up here, but if there was a zombie up here, the crosshair would turn red. So I can definitively say, or very high confidence say, there's no zombie immediately in front of me if I crest these stairwell. Okay, so I see a bunch of... Okay, now here's something interesting. I see a bunch of broken doors. That tells me zombies were up here and fought their way out. This rat is not sprinting. That means it is not currently spooked by anything. What does that tell me? There's probably not any zombies on this floor in this immediate vicinity. Because remember, rats or animals can sense them through walls. Now it's running because it saw me. Okay, these are individual hospital rooms here. Alright, now. I'm thirsty. Did I not refill my water? Oh, my water is in my backpack. Let's fix that, shall we? Okay, so we're going to do the same thing we just did. Check the top of the stairwell. I see no red crosshairs. I shouldn't have to do that, but... Alright, now, we're on the 3rd floor. Look at that. Intact doors. What does that tell me? Nothing really. I mean, some of these doors are broken, so... We're getting a little hungry, so I'm going to have a bite to eat really quick. While I'm eating, my ears are open, listening for anything unusual. For anybody joining, not too many live viewers right now, but for a recap for anybody joining, or just who's not familiar, we are in the hospital in Louisville. One of the most heavily populated buildings in the game, by bar none. And we have been just chipping away at the population in here. Oh, that's the roof. Now, I'm not going to take that as a sign that the building is clear, not in the slightest. I've always wondered if you could pick these satellites up. Doesn't look like you can. It's kind of cool, though. I wish you could pick them up. I wish you could pick anything in this game up. Just, I don't know, separate it into like 20 parts. I would pick up all 20 of them and bring them back to my base and have a satellite dish on my roof. I don't care if it doesn't do anything functional. I still want one. Now this floor rather, I trust the least because of all the intact doors. So we're just going to proceed nice and carefully. Saw a rat there, and it looks to be sprinting. Okay. That's not an unrealistic thing. I mean, rats will run from things. IRL. There's the sound of breathing. Definitely in this corner. I can't tell if that's on the other side of a door or on a different floor. Now these hospital rooms, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't look like these have their own bathrooms. What I'm hearing is definitively in this area. So there's no bathrooms that they could be hiding in. So they could just be inside right around the corner of those doors, or I'm starting to feel like they're on a different floor. That's coming out of my center speaker. It's something to the north of us. Another rat running around. These are stairs, I think. No. You know, it's right next to a elevator. There's the stairs. Neat. Okay. We've got some bookshelves in here. I would like to take a peek at them. First aid, I don't... Do I have 5? Hang on. Literature. I already have 5. Okay, so no first aid books are required. That said, I'm probably going to pick up the entertainment material. I have a renewed appreciation for them, given the circumstances regarding stress right now. I'm hearing mouth breathers all around me. We are on the upper floor, so definitely below me. That's what I'm thinking about right now. Okay, I don't really care about office loot. That's what we're going to find in these desks here. Painkillers, yeah, sure. I'm still hearing a lot of mouth breathing. So, what I'm going to do, I am 100% certain that the mouth breathing is on the floor below me. So I'm going to bail on out of this side of the building, take the stairs that I am mostly confident are still clear. Remember, going down the stairs, you have the advantage. You can see as soon as you crest the top. Alright, so here's the second floor. Here's what I'm going to do. The mouth breathing is echolocated over here. Look at that. We got some mouth breathers. I don't know how many. Saw one go in there. Alright, you know what? If there are more on that floor, that'll wake them up. I mean, if there are more anywhere, that'll wake them up. So basically, all I'm going to do is chill outside for a minute and then go back upstairs and see what that area looks like in a bit. But in the meantime, since my backpack is full, we'll do a drop-off at the vehicle. I'm pretty sure this is one we killed earlier. Okay, no, it wasn't. Now it is. Alright, let's put a garbage bag in here and fill it up with some books. Reading material. Okay. Yeah, it's surprisingly few zombies. Now, the last time I thought the hospital was clear, what I did is I ran into the stairwell at the main entrance, ran up the stairs to the second floor, fired a gun, and ran back out. And the hordes of hell spilled forth. Another 1,000 or so zombies came out of the building in total after that, so we're just going to do that again. Because, I mean, the stairwell in the front here is a lot more open, so it feels a lot safer to do it out here. I have looted this vehicular device here many times, or already. Not exactly many times, but hello there. Now, that didn't work out the way I hoped. But that will draw anybody who's inside out, which is exactly what we wanted. Back up a little bit and reorient the van in case we need to escape, because this is a pretty narrow area here. I would prefer not to be fighting too much next to places where zombies could just appear out of nowhere, like these doorways here that are busted down, and the garbage bins are blocking my line of sight to check over my 6 to see if anybody's coming out of there. Block mace is like moments away from breaking. But since we can't fix them... No, hang on a second, actually. Can I fix it? Doesn't look like it. You can fix... Oh, holy crap, I didn't know this. You can fix multi-tools with epoxy. Cool. I did not know that. I thought multi-tools were one of those things that once they're done, they're done. Oh, look at that. Okay. That's a rather hefty group. Literally, one more condition lost and this mace is busted. Come on now. Help me help you. Damn it, they're all on the other side. Friggin' glitched ragdolls are starting to freak me out a little bit. disappearing and reappearing that bothers me the most. Got him. Okay, now, the ones coming out of this, free kills, possibly. With all the advantages that we have with, handguns, whenever zombies pop over the, low fences, or in this case, these broken windows. All those advantages do translate to rifles. Backing up, backing up. Alright, let's see if we can't finish this maze now. Okay, did I re-enable the music or not? We should have music by now. I re-enabled the music. I don't know what's going on. Usually, you know, a bunch of zombies on us will give it a kick. But no, it seems like the music's done. Whatever. It's not quite intense enough for one of my hardcore mixes. We're actually getting a little bit of endurance loss here. Sounds like there are still zombies inside breaking something. Fascinating. Backing up. Yeah, we are just about to get enduranced. I am taking a break because otherwise we have to wait much longer, and I am not about that life. Okay, these white rats, they were pretty for about 10 seconds. Now they're annoying because they blend in with the gravel a lot. So it's harder to tell if I'm about to run over one. Oh yeah, this is a block bludgeon weapon. I think you need both blacksmithing and welding to make it, because you need blacksmithing to make a pierced chunk, and then you need welding to actually make the weapon itself. The one reason that I'm sticking with the block bludgeon... Oh, it broke. Excellent. Okay, it's done now. The one reason I was sticking with the block bludgeon is because it seems to be the best in slot for short blunt for a belt weapon. Specifically a belt weapon. The crit is 30%, and the damage is about on par with the nightstick. Now the range appears to be smaller than the nightstick. You know what? I want to verify that. I want to verify that because that's important. The range of this thing feels really small. And one of the reasons I'm using it is because, well, I mean, it's a belt weapon, but damage is not everything. This thing is already like an entire encumbrance, one encumbrance heavier than a nightstick, so it's already got something working against it in that regard. So I'm going to go to the PZ Wiki here, go to the weapons page, and I really wish there was a way to sort based on what slot you could put things in, because that's actually really important. Important to me, at least. Okay, short blunts right here. Just going to sort by upper damage threshold for the moment. A bone club with spikes. Can that go in the belt? Surely. No, the bone club with spikes can only go in the back. So, if it's going to be a weapon that goes on my back, that's what the mace is for. I am looking specifically for a weapon that goes on my belt, because that's what I want out of short blunt. I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a short weapon, so most of them should fit on your belt, but they don't. Steel rod counts as short blunt? Okay. Fascinating. Broken baseball bat with nails counts as short blunt. And I'm assuming that's only going to fit on the back. Of course it is, yeah. So I don't really care about that, but... that just caught my eye because of the crit rate. Now, nothing beats the mace. 40% crit rate. Hello there. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to head back to base, get a sleep in, and then as an overnight activity, we are going to refill some magazines. And while we're doing that, while we're refilling magazines, we'll look at weapons. Okay. No knifing. No knifing it is then. Whatever. Now, why do I want a short blunt weapon on my belt as opposed to my back? Well, the answer is, well, it seems obvious to me, but if you're not, like, familiar with the minutia of Build 42 weapons, then it might be lost. So the back is where all of your best weapons go, bar none, with the notable exception of Longblade. Longblade, your sword, can go on your belt, which is fantastic. I'm so glad about that because, you know, Longblade is great, and I've got a sword on my belt, but my specialty is still short blunt, and it will be until I get to level 10 with Longblade, which is a long ways out. Long ways out. I have to find the book first, which might not happen until we get to LSU. So, we basically just need to assume that Longblade is... we're using it because it's effective right now, not because we're leveling it. Spears. The only spears can go on your back. There's no spears in your belt, ever. Guns can't go on your belt. Knives can go on your belt, but why would I do that when I can put them in my webbing on my chest? There's one knife that is better than the current one on my chest, and that's a handguard dagger. I could put a dagger on my belt. That would save me some space, but that would leave me without a short blunt to fall back to. I always want to fall back to short blunt if I can. We've got hatchets. Let's look at axes really quick, actually. Axes. And let's look at what can fit on my belt. Can a bone war hatchet go on my belt? I think it can. Yeah, bone war hatchet can go on my belt. It does not have sharpness, I think. And, the crit is not that good. Of course, yeah, that would make perfect sense. Yeah, the crit is, 25%, but it only is a 2 times multiplier, so not good at all. Let's sort it by upper damage, actually. Of course, everything at the top here is the stupid heavy stuff. I don't care about that. Really, I mean, hand axes and hatchets. Yeah, I mean, that's really, if we're looking at just damage, hand axes and hatchets there's no beating them. I mean, what is a hand axe? It's just a little bit heavier than a hatchet for no gain. The stats are the same as a hatchet. So that's actually pointless. Now, what if we look at crit chance? If we look at crit chance, the highest for a one-hander is the iron pipe with rail spike, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a back. Yeah, that has to go on the back, so that's pointless. It needs to be one-handed, and it needs to go on my belt. Did I try this already? Short bat with saw blade? I don't know if I tried this yet. Even if I did, it's pointless because it has to go on the back. It's also tiresome. Yeah, regardless of how we sort it. I feel like I might have even looked this up before. Regardless of how we sort it, whether we sort it by highest damage or highest crit rate, it's hatchets. Hatchets are the best. Hatchets are best in slot for belts, for axes. That really should have been a given. That should have been a given. But basically... Yeah, okay. We've got some hatchets on the floor right here anyway. The block mace that I've been using, I'll toss into my backpack for now. Because I mean, honestly, if I'm gonna have a short blunt weapon as a fallback in my backpack, I might as well have it be the mace, because that's, you know, yeah, overthinking it. I'm overthinking it. I really do need my old buddy Nick. He would always tell me, he would just tell me in that really smooth voice of his, "You're overthinking it. You're overthinking it." I need that sometimes. Because boy howdy do I ever think things sometimes. Okay. Putting away this frying pan. Taking out a couple more of these stir fries. Let's just cook this third one here. This will probably be a hefty one. I'll go ahead and thresh this grain while I'm waiting for that to cook. Alright, there's another empty sack. Put that in here with the rest of them. Did I just hear somebody gargling? Nope. This one here is a 60 fry. That one in there, and reload my 223. Okay, let's go ahead and do another carton of 9 here. Or finish off the one we started. We need to pick up 30 of these magazines. And let's have a seat and load up some magazines. I'm not actually memorizing how far down the list that I've clicked. I'm just going to keep doing it till I feel like I'm at the bottom, fast forward, and then see how many more I need to do. We're staying past a little bit, past our second bedtime, but that's okay. Because then we'll be done with another 30 magazines. I've been doing 40 for each of these military backpacks here. And we'll go ahead and sleep now. 4 a.m. Plate to eat. Throw away some of that. I don't know how I feel about block maces. I really don't. Like, I like them. They're not bad. But I'm starting to feel like if I want to fall back on my belt, then I'm going to stick with hatchets for now. Because, I mean, honestly, I cannot... It's not a very reliable thing, these block maces. They're not very reliable. They don't kill zombies fast enough for me to consider them a reliable weapon, which sucks. But them's the breaks. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and deploy and see how the hospital is holding up in the front there. We've already been at this for 6 hours. It is a weekday, so I won't be doing the full, 12-hour thing today, of course. Look at this shit. It's like it's guarding the hospital. Fucking Kerberos over here. Alright, sorry about this, Mr. Rat, but you are annoying me. 5% integrity on my windshield if I run into that damn thing. Batter up. Damn it. It's not fair when it moves sporadically. Okay. Off into the ether it goes, I guess. Remember, we run into those with the van. We run a real risk of crashing the game. It's happened before. Probably would happen again. In any case, let's move up just a little bit. The ragdoll will let us. I'll hug the fence here. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to park in this direction so I can drive either way if I feel like it. Ooh, do we got an opportunity? Good night. Oh, some of them went inside, did they? There's part of me that wants to discharge a firearm right here. There's another part of me that says, don't do it. Don't do it, man. Not worth it. That looks like a different ragdoll zipping around through the sky there. I don't think they're any threat to us on foot. On foot, I think they're, they just distract us while we're on foot. It's when I'm driving that they're a problem. There was one inside there. There he is. It's probably multiple. I mean, what is that? That's a cafeteria. Probably one of the more populated areas. Ooh, look at all that. I do not like this, that they're still coming out of this doorway here. Inside. No sharpening needed. Top up the bandolier? Yeah, it's topped up. Alright, let's do a little thing here. Right. That was a nifty looking teal jacket there. Okay, forgive me. My cell phone's going off. I hate it when unregistered numbers call me. But I had those blocked. Oh well. Resuming. Definitely need to sharpen the hatchet now. Backing up a little bit. They found the one window that wasn't broken yet. Negative. Alright, backing up a little ways here. Going to sharpen that axe. We got another Pendulum Pete here. Let's make sure that we're getting a panic when we see it, though it's still alive. It's changing speed. This is not fair. Yeah, I don't care. It's not that big of a deal. Just annoying. It's just... It's the thing is, it might be dead. I feel like it's not dead because my character is still getting panicked when she looks at it. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'd probably be panicked if I saw a dead zombie moving back and forth all the time. This thing is probably really close to breaking because it is taking extra hits to kill now. It's a really cute hat. Fascinating. I feel like it is possible to jaw stab through the fence here. I've done it before. I don't really understand the conditions. Alright, as a quick summary for anybody joining, we are hitting the hospital in Louisville. That is in the southwest corner of town. We've been chipping away at this for probably more than a week now. And every time we start to clear it, we pop inside and there's many, many, many more from the upper floors. So it's alright. I mean, this is one of the most populated buildings in the game, so I have expected nothing less. Okay, most of the zombies are now on this side. Now, there was one zombie that I saw that had a hood, or a hoodie, that looked like a nice color. And I do not have time to look for it right now, unfortunately. Get these guys killed. Left and right. Right and left. Left, right, left, right, left, right. This thing is almost broken. Left, right, left. Alright, sword's coming out. We've pretty much exhausted that hatchet, most likely. Now, why isn't the music playing? Your guess is as good as mine. Music is basically just stopped for now. That's alright. Oh, that's a second floor guy. There's a significant group on the other side of this fence. Oh, spear. No, not currently. It's alright. Now, when it comes to weapons that can go through chain link fences, my most reliable melee is the knife. Guns can, of course, but guns are, well, the 223 that I'm using right now is going to pull a lot of people from around the corner there. But that's alright. It's all part of the plan at this point. you're not familiar, the latest patch is supposed to have added location-based damage for guns. That shit, you guys not. The patch notes here, I can't look at them. We're fighting. Patch notes say that we should be getting 3 times more damage on a headshot. We'll see how often that actually happens in practice, though. It's not as often as I would have liked. That was a bit of a panic shot, the third one there. Now, we don't get a lot of opportunity to use the 223 here, so I'm basically just using it because it's a caliber I haven't used for a while. What the hell? That was... The game is freezing for like... What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, I don't know what's going on there, but the game is freezing up if I hit a target at close range. Forgive the crash out there. I don't respond well when the game freezes. I really don't, because the simulation could sometimes be continuing even though the front end is frozen. In which case, yes, that I could have been bitten while the game was frozen. That has happened to me in the past. Not very recently. Okay. Look at that. Okay, okay, fuck! What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Come on, 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 come on! Okay, this is a crash. This is a crash. Okay, how do I know it's a crash? My save folder is right here. I tabbed over to my save folder. We've got a new one just created called, it's the same name as our current save, but it has crash underscore after it. What happens when the game crashes like this? You check your save folder and see if there's a new folder called crash, which we have one here, and it's going to take a while because it has to dump a copy of the entire save. Our save is like 860 megabytes across 330,000 files. So this is going to take a minute. It looks like it's about halfway done. What I'm mostly concerned about now is loading the save. When I load the save, look at how close these zombies are to us. This is bad. Give me a second. I'm going to screenshot this. I knew... Okay, so... I'm not going to call this a skill issue, but when the game was freezing up for 1 second at a time there, when I was trying to aim at zombies, I should have taken that as a sign of the game getting more and more unstable, and I should have bailed. You know, 2,200 hours in this game, learning to recognize the signs of an impending crash is almost as important to your survival as everything else in this game. Now, what happens if we load up the game to find that we've been completely eaten alive? I roll back the save. I'm not accepting this. This is bullshit. What the... Okay. So the save backup is done. It's kicking us back to main menu now, I think. The game is unstable. I'm exiting out of the game. And, okay, so... Here is the latest save here is underscore crash. I don't know what would be wrong with the save here, but let's just take a quick look at that screenshot that I took. This is what we're going to load into. I do not know how close these zombies got to us before the game froze and just not stopped simulating their movement. And I heard there were these two zombies that we can see here. These two zombies here. I heard a third one somewhere in this vicinity. That's sort of like it could be as close to us as that. It it was coming out of my center speaker, so it could be anywhere in this vicinity. It was obviously coming from the doorway there. So everybody coming at me is coming at me from the front. So if I do get grabbed, my auto pushback chances are okay-ish. I've got a weapon in my hands that I'm level 8 with. So, of course, like I said, I'm thinking about all this because, if I get bitten, if I get damaged from this, I am going to roll back the save. But we've been at this for almost 7 hours now. So that's going to be a lot of progress lost if I have to reload there, if I have to roll back the save. So, fuck. Let's see what happens. I was making a post here on the discussion forum. I was probably going to give up on this post, but I'll go ahead and copy what I have written down here, just in case I feel like making this post later. Because once I click away from discussions tab, it'll erase all that. Okay. We're hitting play. I don't remember if it loads the crash by default. We're going to manually load the crashed save, and we're going to see what happens. Basically, I'm going to tap the A key and try to turn and run as soon as the game loads. But like I said, I have no idea how close those zombies got. So let's find out. In for a penny. And the little screenshot here for the save doesn't show anybody in the immediate grabbing vicinity here. That doesn't mean anything to me. That doesn't mean anything to me. How do I know that this little screenshot here wasn't glitched when it was taken? I make no assumptions. We hit play. We let it load. We see what happens. Okay. So as soon as I click, I'm going to start tapping the A key and trying to run that way, to the left. Where the fuck did they all go? Okay. I don't care. I do not care. If the game wants to despawn everybody around me, then okay, cool. I'm not going to complain about that. It has been so long since I've had a game crash right when zombies are in front of me. I have no idea if the game takes mercy on you and just removes zombies that are immediately in front of you if you close and reopen. I don't know. Like I said, I don't do that. If I'm going to close the game, I'm going to be far, far, far away from zombies. Or I'm just going to be rage quitting because I'm dead, but we don't talk about that. If it did despawn people, how far did it go? There was a big group just right down here. I'm not going to lie. I kind of find it silly that it may have despawned part of the hospital horde. I mean, that's a massive horde. It definitely didn't despawn the ragdoll homies. Whatever. I can't take that as a sign of instability because, I just closed and reopened the game. Instability usually builds up over time, usually. I mean, I can't remember the last time the game has crashed without it having been something that built up over time. See, okay, what were our symptoms last time before the crash? The symptoms were the music stopped playing, we were getting chugs of about a second long when we were trying to aim the gun. I'm going to chalk that up as there being some kind of weird problem with the new location-based damage system for firearms. That's my current theory. In any case, the immediate danger is past. Find that jacket. Nice little side quest here. In one of these zombies' corpses. We're looking for a hoodie that may be a perfect match for... Here it is. This may be a perfect match for scrubs. Oh, we've got a bunch of scrubs right here in the... on one of the zombies on the floor here. Let's take a look and see if we can find a couple pairs of scrubs. Ooh, key to the hospital? Really? I know I just saw a key to the hospital somewhere. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a key to the hospital. Not that there's that many doors left to unlock, but I mean, you know, we got this one here. Possibly more, so that's cool. There's a couple Zeds. We've got the hoodie, and we've got this other stuff. Let's put it on the ground and see if it's a match. Not quite. Oh, wait a minute, look at that. Okay, so the Scrubs t-shirt is not a match, but the Scrubs pants is a match. That's pretty cool. This is why we short blade. I want that hat. Because it looks like a nice match for the, it looks like a nice match for the scrub. Yeah, those failures cost us a bit of time there. It's alright. I don't think I left the van running. Alright, key to the hospital on the key ring. There's a lot of dead zombies there. Let's take a look at our kill count. Are we up to... not quite up to 21,000, but we're getting there. I think when we started this stream, we were just below 20,000. Like, we were like 1,900, or 19,000 and like 900 something. So we got to 20,000 and then a little bit of progress up there. So that's cool. It's about halfway through the day, so you know what I'm probably going to do? I'm going to finish up a few tasks here, and then I'm going to go ahead and call the stream at the end of the start of tomorrow. Start of tomorrow, we'll call it there. We've got a couple of tidying up we can do here. This mace, or this hatchet, is ready for replacement. Let's see here. And get some of this stuff out of our inventory. this hunting knife is about to go as well. Let's go ahead and dismantle that. Picked up a radio. Need the parts. Oh, my whetstone broke. That's interesting. I wonder if that's why I haven't been able to, I wonder if that's why I haven't been able to sharpen things when I thought I would reasonably be able to. Let's get rid of the broken whetstone and get a new one. I swear I had another one in here somewhere. No. No, we'll find one. Now this one's worn. Not quite broken, but... Alright, opening our last carton of 9mm over here. Opening all 12 boxes. For anybody joining, welcome. Unfortunately, you're catching us near the end of the stream here. We are just doing some cleanup here. We just had a pretty harrowing crash. It looks like the game has a little bit of instability when you're doing a lot of firearm work, which I guess is to be expected. I mean, they just did a pretty substantial update to add location-based damage to your firearms. So we just opened an entire carton of 9mm, and now we are starting to shove that into a bunch of magazines here. Fun fact, one carton of 9mm will fill 40 magazines, and we have 39 magazines, so we're using up most of this carton right now. And yes, I know there is a mod to do this automatically. The game is, as you guys may have seen, the game is quite unstable right now. We don't need to introduce any more instability into the mix. For all I know, my stat bar mod might not be helping. I mean, maybe there's a memory leak, and my stat bar mod might be making it worse. I don't know. I suppose I would not be able to tell without some sort of debugging of the memory. And I have less than no idea about how to debug Java. This is going to leave us with 15 loose rounds. I'll put that straight into my backpack. Now I'm doing 10 magazines in each of these little backpacks here. So all three of these military backpacks on the ground here have, 40 M9 magazines full of ammo. And that leaves me with a little bit left over. I'm going to put them in here. I don't know where these rats came from, but they need to go. I do not need rats near my base. Thank you very much. bunch of stuff on this table, but it seems to be invisible. Oh, there we go. Just had to go into item placement mode and it woke everything up. Let's go ahead and break down the hatchet head that's about to break. Can I? Okay, it counts as a small steel item. So there is the broken hatchet head taken care of. The hunting knife blade we can straight up reforge. And over here we've got some handles, so we can go ahead and put together the knife and sharpen it. That's our sword. There's our knife. Let's put that on our chest. Alright, let's get washed up. I need to start remembering not to bother with washing jackets that I intend to dismantle. It's a pretty good match. It's not perfect, though. Not that I would ever necessarily wear that, but I'm all about stuff that matches here. Do we need to do any more forgery while we're up here? I think we're okay for the moment. There's a part of me that wants to make a handguard dagger. That's okay. Oh, we could make another hatchet head, actually. I'll go ahead and do that. I won't build the hatchet yet, because that's something I can do in the future. The handle for it is just the nearest medium, or the nearest tree branch. You find those literally anywhere. Want to take a break before we get exerted now, because after we get exerted it takes longer to get rid of the... Well, look at that. Oh, the debuff goes away. That's cool. The debuff goes away until we stand up. Or when we stand up, rather. So basically, when we sit down and rest, it's like having a stat bar on while we're sitting down and resting. That's pretty cool. I'm not beyond actually praising the Indie Stone when they do something correct. I just wish they did it more often. You know what? I need to check on the cows. Okay, they are not going nuts. I was concerned for a moment there that, because I do know that cutting wood, or cutting trees actually does stress animals out, but they look to be fine because they are indoors. So they're insulated from the noise, which is, as it should be. There's a point to all this tree cutting. We are going to need these logs when we actually get started building the base, which is not what I'm going to be doing, not in the immediate future, but soon, TM. I might do a build and stream next time, because we did quite a bit of zombie killing this time around. I mean, can always do a little bit of both. Switch back and forth as the mood comes along. Another thing is, I have been considering starting a new series in this game, or on this channel rather, this YouTube channel of mine. Something I would do in parallel with Zomboid. Not necessarily that, Zomboid is not capturing my full attention, but I've also been feeling the urge to play other things. As much as I enjoy this game, there are other things in my life, many other things. This has just been monopolizing my video game time for the immediate term. Some games that I'm interested in are... I'm on the fence with Stellaris. I really am. Stellaris it's a game I enjoy. It's also a game I have a very hostile relationship with pseudo-social relationship with the developers of, because they keep changing it and fucking with it, unbalancing it to make people incentivized to buy the latest DLC. And they just did that again, of course, the latest DLC, it doesn't seem to be as bad as the previous ones, but, it's questionable. What is the latest one? If we look in the store page... Biogenesis, was it? Wait a minute, no, this was May 5th. 40% positive reviews. Shadows of the Shroud. That came out just last week, September 22nd. Once again, 43% review score. I'm not alone in getting really sick and tired of the fucking DLC spam. I am not alone in the slightest. It's a top voted review. It's completely as expected. The community repeatedly warned the devs not to release a broken mess again, and they released a completely broken mess again. Now that being said, a lot of other players complain about late game stability issues. Either I have not gotten far enough in a game to notice that, or I don't have the same issues. That said, I'm not going to act like that's not a major factor of concern. Games should be stable. Should be. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, it feels like over the next week or so, there's like a 50% chance that I will fire up Stellaris and live stream a new campaign. Alternatively, there's another game that I could play that I also really want to play that does not have the same kind of baggage, but is also in a weird spot. Terra Invicta. It's a much more niche title. Not a lot of folks know about it. It's pretty. It's one of those early access Hooded Horse published games that really small dev studio working on it. The best way to describe it is it's a mix of strategic and a little bit of tactical gameplay. If you've ever played XCOM, it's like the Long War mod for XCOM. The same people who made that mod made this game. It is... I love it. It's great. Like I said, very niche. Not anywhere near as much mainstream appeal as Stellaris. I also like it a lot, and it feels appropriate to play before Stellaris. The way Terra Invicta feels is it's basically like... And I said this in my review for the game. It's like a bridge between the real world as of September 2022. It's a bridge between that point in time with the start of a Stellaris campaign. Like you are the premise of the game is you're fighting off an alien invasion that is not extremely overt, if that makes sense. The aliens are not just immediately attacking us and landing troops and whatnot. It's sort of like it starts with subterfuge. Like the aliens are not far enough advanced beyond us to the point where we're just a trivialized threat. In fact, as a global defense strategy, we could annihilate them. But of course, the premise of the game is that the response to the initial discovery of aliens is kind of splits people into like 8 different factions. You take control of one of those factions, and what you have to do is convince the nations of the world to work with you, and deal with the other factions in the process. It's really good. I love it so much. It's just a great game. I'd love to play it on stream and talk a lot more about it. But like I said, it is extremely niche, and there's another slight problem with it. It hasn't been updated since May, or at the beginning of, right at the end of May. That was the last official update. It's still being worked on if you opt into the unstable beta. I'm not doing another unstable beta game. I'm not doing it. I refuse. I'm doing enough unstable beta as it is. This game right here is eating up all of my unstable beta tolerance. So I don't know, because there's part of me that's like, okay, if I start playing a Terra Invicta campaign, what if I get like 2 weeks into it and they drop a major patch? That would suck. Like I would feel like really stupid if that happened, because the major patches for that game, I don't recommend forwarding your saves. There's no save migrations. They make enough changes for that to be a non-factor. So I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Thinking about it. Most likely, I would say that in the next week, there's probably about a 50% chance of a Stellaris campaign. I would put it as maybe like a 70% chance that I'll do Terra Invicta instead. I know that doesn't add up. Don't think too hard about that. It's statistics by day. That's how we're thinking about it. What else am I doing here? I am cleaning up. That's what we're doing. I think the hospital defensive position doesn't need too much more work. So I'm going to go pick up the backpack I left out there, because it's full of logs, and we're currently collecting logs. That, it's going to take some getting used to get used to that sound. Yeah, I was going to build some more fences here, but we never really got around to it, and I don't know how many zombies are left inside, but this back end of the building is probably mostly taken care of now. The remaining ones that are inside are probably closer to the other entrance. So when we start resuming the hospital clearing, we're going to approach from the other side. Leave those there for when I need my next charcoal burn. Oh, this firefighter axe is like just about to break. I'm gonna go ahead and take it apart. Where is it? No, I'm gonna go ahead and take it apart. What about this spear? What is it, half-mast? I'll hold on to it for now. Did I leave another axe on the floor over here? If I did, I picked it up. Oh, here it is. This one was in better shape. So this is the one that I'm using for regular tree destruction now. Firefighter axe head will produce 4 steel chunks. So that's great. Easy enough to make another axe. But we've got a billion other firefighter axe heads waiting to be put together, so we don't need to worry about that right now. How's my hatchet? It's alright. Handles about half. I'll wait till it gets a little lower before I fix it. Alright, got another about 2 hours to burn in game here. Let's just make another sword. Could hardly go wrong with that. We're gonna probably need it. This is Louisville after all. Alright, got the blade. Here be the handle. Sharpen that bad boy up. That was lovely. Let's do that again. I'm going to turn some of these steel sheets into chunks. Maybe just one. That's an expensive charcoal recipe. Alright, there's another sword. Like I said, can't go wrong with making a sword. There's not much else that I can do for like the next hour or so in game, but I'm right in front of the forge. Yeah, making another sword. Easy peasy. Going to take a little bit of effort to unlearn the fact that I need to click at the bottom instead of the top, pick up everything that's on the floor in front of me. That is just one thing I do not understand, why the devs would move that to the bottom of the menu instead of the top. Like, what purpose did that serve? I don't understand it. I really don't. But okay. It is what it is. Not that big of a deal. Why can't I make a bundle of twigs? What? Do we just not get to make... Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, stack items. Okay. New recipe, just stack items. 12 twigs, stacked. 12 twigs, stacked. Cool. Alright, 4:20 a.m. Blaze it, go to sleep. Alrighty, folks. We have done good things here. Done pretty good things here. These swords that I just built, I'm just going to toss them directly into the trunk of the van. Okay, good stuff. We're looking good. My protection levels are amazing. I'm so glad that I finally have... My entire upper body is 100% bite protected without any discomfort and with only a small amount of movement speed and combat speed reduction. And, well, lower body is a little bit to be desired, but that's alright. Let's go ahead and call it there. I shall see you all in the next one. Now, normally I would back up my saves. That being said, we have a little bit of an interesting situation with our saves here. Alright, so the save conversion was successful. So what I'm going to do is actually delete the 44th save backup. I'll do that later, actually, because that's going to take some time. My save that was outmoded before the crash, I'm going to go ahead and delete that as well. And the save that is named _crash, I am going to rename that to my save. Okay, there it is. And that is what we're going to back up. So we're going to copy this, create a new folder here, name it 45, and paste it in there. So that'll take a while, and after that I'll delete these other saves that I don't need anymore, and I shall see you all in the next one. Have a good one, folks.